That sure isn't how I remember it. But that is. And so, having felled the wicked sorcerer Zarok, Sir Daniel Fortescue, the hero of Gallowmere, was granted eternal rest at last. But time has a funny thing. It has a tendency to fly when you're busy being dead. And cut to 500 years later, in Victorian London. Doesn't this look beautiful? So that's where he went to. And that's one cool looking skeleton. Ah, how lovely. Wonder who those guys are. Well, that doesn't sound good. Oh dear. You okay there? You're looking a little sunburnt. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? That's very not good. Well, here we go again. And with that, I can now officially say, welcome everyone to MediEvil 2. And this was a live stream that, I'll be brutally honest, I did not think I was ever going to be able to play this game. Because the thing with MediEvil 2 was, unlike the first game, this game basically got no re-releases whatsoever. And the only way that you could play it was to pretty much either have an original PS1 copy or to emulate it. And the issue with the second option is that, from my understanding, the game suffered from emulation issues, so that kind of wasn't really the best way to do it, necessarily. So imagine my surprise when I find out that only a couple weeks ago, this game was put into the PSN store. And, yeah, I was very happy. And it's also, and it's especially kind of good, because if you ask me, MediEvil 2 is one of those games that I feel sorely deserves a remake, because it was kind of almost forgotten about. And I understand that the game is rushed and that, you know, it has its flaws, but even still, the game is still very, very good. And I feel that, and if anything, the fact that they put it in the store, if that's pretty much like the biggest indication that this game is getting a remake, I assure you, I'm going to be very happy. Because I would love to see this game get the attention it deserves. Because with the Tim Burton and kind of Henry Selick art style that this game has, it goes so well with Victorian London. It does. This game is eye candy for a PS1 title. But, well, okay. Enough about me yammering on. Let's dive right in. And, well, we start off with the museum. Ugh, 5 more minutes, Mom.
Sir Daniel Fortescue, back from the dead once again. The great hero of Gallowmere reduced to a dusty relic at the back of the old museum. Well, things have changed since you've been away. It's a new world, but with the same old problems. So find yourself a weapon and get ready for a scrap. Oh, and if you see my spectral trail, stand in the light and press action to summon me.
Will do. But, well, here we go. And actually, as it happens, we have a weapon. And, well, if you have nothing equipped and you press the X or the square button, or the X button, rather, we can really just rip our own armor out and use it like a boomerang, or we can even use it as a club. It's the weakest weapon in the game, but you get it for free, so, you know, it trades off. But we can get ourselves an extra weapon if we break this display case, and we get the small sword. And from the looks of it, these two statues here, they almost look like the statues from the Hall of Heroes in the first game, because you have Raven Hooves over here, the centaur, and you have Carl Stungard over here. So we can press triangle while running to do a daring dash, and, well, let's see what this book has to say. The legendary knight Sir Daniel Fortescue, born around 1250, died 1286 at the Battle of Gallowmere. Legend has it that after defeating the evil sorcerer Zarok at the Battle of Gallowmere, he rose from the dead a century later to destroy Zarok once and for all. It is said that in times of great need, he will return again to free the land from evil. Which, if you ask me, is kind of ridiculous, because that's like saying that when the air raids begin in a few decades, that he's just gonna magically come to life and he's gonna stop the airplanes. But, well, one thing I can say about MediEvil 2 in general is that, compared to the first game, the game is more difficult, as evidenced by the fact that, while the first game had Dan's Crypt as a kind of tutorial section to kind of let you, ease you into the controls, this game, on the other hand, just throws you right into the action. Because we have some common zombies, but nothing too difficult. And in here, we get ourselves a key. And one thing that I want to say is a little bit disappointing about this game compared to the first one is that, like, while the first game had the rune keys that were all with different colors, this game just kind of condenses it down to just one type of key, because, as you see, all the keys look exactly the same, which isn't a deal breaker, but I just think it's a little disappointing. And I should also say in advance that, while I will be making criticisms about this game for what it is, I do think it's great. Overall, it is great. I'm just kind of expressing my opinion, that's all. But in this room, things get a little more difficult. Because here we have Green Knights. And for enemies in the first level of the game, they're actually kind of tricky. Because they're immune to ranged weapons because they can block all attacks with their, with their giant swords there. But a few good whacks of the sword, preferably when they're not facing you, is just, that'll do the trick. We can all give ourselves an energy valve right here for a quick 100 health, even though in the original game, or the first game, it was 225, but I guess they just felt the need to bring it down to 100 because reasons. But our sort of reward for defeating the Green Knights, however, is our first ranged weapon, the pistol. Because, well, being that this game takes place 500 years after the events of the first game, our arsenal is a little more modern, you could say. So let's see what the ghost has to say here. So we just stand in this little light pool and press X.
As well as an inventory, you've got 2 weapon slots. Select your weapon, then use the stick or directional buttons to select the slot it should go in. Once both slots are full, L1 plus square switches weapons without going back to your inventory. Should make killing things much more fun.
I don't know if fun is the right word to use, but it's certainly more useful. And those that have actually played the 2019 remake of the first game might recall that this was a feature that they brought into that. And I am very glad they did, because it is so helpful. But anyway, so all I have to do is just select a weapon, then choose a slot. So generally speaking, I like to have one melee weapon and one ranged weapon, so let me just kind of do that. And up here we're on the 2nd floor, so let's see what this is.
If you equip the shield from your inventory, triangle becomes defend. You can use it with the daring dash for when things get really hairy. It's got a limited amount of strength, so use it sparingly, or it'll be you that gets a battering.
Yeah, so we just break his chest open, and we get ourselves a copper shield, which will basically sponge up 150 points of damage while I'm defending with it. So you just run and press triangle for a daring dash, for a nice quick shield bash if you need to get rid of any enemies in your way.
Okie, Dane. Let me remind you about some of the finer points of combat. Press triangle to duck. If you press triangle whilst running, you'll do a daring dash. Combine this with jump for a super jump. Try it out.
Yeah, so unlike the first game where you had to unlock the daring dash, in this game you just start off with a straight wave, which is pretty nice. So we use that key we found and we go into this room.
If you see walls like this that look like you can climb them, you probably can. Use them to get to new areas.
So yeah, if you see something that looks like a ladder like this, all I have to do is just approach it, and Dan will just stick himself right on the wall. So now we climb down here. Oh boy. But thankfully we don't fight them, but we do fight these guys. And here we have Bonosaurs. And even though they're supposed to be dinosaurs, the fact that they can flex their jaws like that makes me imply that, you know, maybe they're part predator. Which is kind of funny considering the fact how the first level had a level that was supposed to be a parody of the Alien series. So we just get rid of these guys and we can move on. Pretty simple. And here we have ourselves a nice little life fountain for healing. And compared to the first game, these are both kind of buffed and nerfed at the same time. They're buffed in that, well, they will heal you faster than the first game, but they're nerfed in that, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was a coding bug or if it was just intentional design, but once you use these up, they will never replenish. Which I feel kind of only makes this a little bit more artificially difficult. It's weird, and it's one thing I wish that, like, if they were to remake this game, I wish that's something they would fix, because frankly, it just does not make any sense to me. But over here, we have Musket Knights. And these guys act kind of like the Boiler Guards from the first game, but the difference, though, is that when you damage them enough, they'll lose their legs, and they'll start shooting like crazy. So the best way to do with them is to just kind of keep your distance. And thankfully, we have a pistol to do just that. Now in here...
This crafty scoundrel is the Spiff. He'll provide you with nearly everything you'll ever need at a hefty price. Press action to select him.
So yeah, this guy's basically the replacement for the merchant gargoyles in the first game. So we just, you know, approach him, press the X button. We can access this menu, and it's here we can buy ourselves some pistol ammo. Which wouldn't hurt. Let me see these guys while I'm here. I think that's all of them in here, right? Oh, no, there's one more. Let me see them. Get back here. Stop it. Okay. Now, we have ourselves a nice little puzzle. We got ourselves a cannon, but it doesn't seem operational at the moment, so we're going to have to find a way to fix that. Now, here, we have something very special. I'll let the ghost kind of explain this one.
On every level, you'll find a chalice. It fills with the souls of the vanquished. Dispatch enough enemies to collect it.
So yeah, that chalice icon on the top right will tell you how full it is. So as we kill more and more enemies, their souls go into the chalices. And when it reaches 100%, that's our cue to collect it. I do think it's also kind of cute here how the coffins look a little more modern than they did in the first game, to kind of show that the time really has passed. It's cute. So we just break this chest open over here. We get ourselves a cannonball. So now we can just go ahead and just go stick that into this cannon with the inventory. But we need something to light it with, and we can find that in this room over here. Let me just get rid of the green knights so they're not in my way. And get rid of this guy too while I'm at it. Yeah, you gotta be careful though, because if we get too close here, they will bash you upside the head with their muskets. And we get a torch, which basically is a club of the game, so, except, well, you can actually use it like a torch, because it is a torch. But in any case. So now we put the cannonball into the cannon. If we light it, we can blast our way through, into the myths and legends. I'm gonna zero these guys while I'm here. Otherwise, they're gonna be trying to snipe me the second I try to do anything. It also seems like the enemies take a bit more of a beating than they did in the first game, in general. Let me just get an extra chest here, an extra shield, and let's see what this is. The Great Kraken, that could smash a boat between its fearsome jaws. Some still suppose that the deepest seas still hold creatures like this great beast. Fisherman Phil McCavin caught this example off the coast of Bognor Regis in 1774. Looks cool. And, well, I'm sure you may have noticed what's off to the left. So let's see what this says. Despite assuming many monstrous forms, the evil sorcerer Zauk was reputedly a coward. Legend has it that the great knight Sir Daniel Fortescue vanquished this creature in 1386. Part of me wonders how they would know what that looks like, but maybe I'm reading into this a little too much. So we get the dinosaur key, and we can just jump down. And yeah, one other change that I'm not entirely a fan of when it comes to this game is the fact that, inexplicably, they just added fall damage. I don't know why. Which is a bit strange, considering that, as you'll probably see as we play through the game here, the levels in general seem more vertical than they did in the original. And, well, we have ourselves another encounter with a big bad dinosaur. But, again, we just kill more of the small fries, and we can get on our way. And actually, there's a exit to the level, but, well, with our chalice full, we can go ahead and collect it. So we just go back out to the garden, and we can just go ahead and just yoink it. And now when we finish the level, we'll get ourselves a reward. But, well, we have one other important piece of business to take care of, as you probably saw, before we can safely leave the museum. And that can be, well, not this way, but maybe we'll see more about this later on, but for now we can just head this way. For our first boss stage of the game, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Alright, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
Also, you can hear me, right? And I'm not just talking into the void? Because, that'd be really weird.
You made it! Nice one, Dan! If you meet that monster, don't be too scared. Look for his weak points. Don't let things get on top of you. Get on top of them. Afterwards, I'll take you to meet me boss.
Huh. Maybe then we'll actually get some answers to what's going on here. But, well, we go into this room. I want to make sure we have our pistol out. I don't like the look of this. Or that. Or that. Oh god. But actually though, this is a pretty simple boss fight. Basically, it's just a giant ring around the Rosie. So all you really gotta do is just run around and dodge their attacks. They'll try to breathe fire, they'll try to send rocks come down on you, but, well, all you gotta do is just run in circles. And then when they roar like that, that's your cue to start hitting them where it hurts. So we'll summon a bunch of little guys to try to defend them, but, well, all you gotta do is just give them a good whack. Now we just gotta do that again. And, well, time for... And down he goes. But it's not over yet. We are still to phase 2. But the premise is generally the same. We just gotta hit him where it hurts. Except this time, well, we gotta do it from a distance. So let's see what this says. Dinosaur display. Recent advances in technology have allowed us to accurately rebuild these great beasts for the first time. Many of these giant creatures stood as tall as a house. Their brains were small and weak and had to be protected by large, bony bounce plates. Now in this case, what you have to do is you have to wait for him to charge in, and when he doesn't breathe fire, that's your cue to actually start wailing on him. So until then, all you gotta do is just run in circles. So now we just gotta keep shooting at him. Well, that's all she wrote. You know, we're gonna need a new display after that. Should we tell them we went rogue and tried to kill everybody, or do we just kind of let them find that out for themselves? In any case, though, our reward for defeating the boss is our first life bottle, and these are basically your health extensions. Once your HP reaches 0, a life bottle will get used up and you'll be healed. And these can also be refilled with life fountains as well. And to kind of further accentuate how difficult this game is compared to the first one, prior to defeating the first boss, it's entirely possible to have 4 life bottles. Whereas with MediEvil 2, you only get your first one after defeating the first boss. So, you know, that's to kind of give you an idea. But in any case, though, the ghost said something about showing us his boss. Well, if you leave the level, you go into the professor's lab. And this is effectively your replacement for the map screen and stuff. Hello there. Who are you?
Ah, well done, Winston. I see you managed to find him after all. Fortescue, pleased to meet you. I should imagine that you are a little nonplussed as to what exactly is going on, eh?
I should hope so.
Well, allow me to introduce myself. Professor Hamilton Kift, magician, inventor, and master of the occult at your service. If you're wondering what you're doing once again walking the earth, it appears that someone has got their hands on the legendary Zarok spellbook. Zarok. Ow. Ow. Well, people like myself have been searching for that book for centuries. The power within its pages, oh. Well, last year certain pieces of the book turned up, and this is the result. Total chaos. First, we have to find the extent of the damage, don't we? I myself am imprisoned in this god-awful pit without any power. Top priority is to get this place into suitable shape to start waging a little guerrilla war. Has Winston told you about collecting magic? He has. Oh, good, good. Well, off you go then. Select where you want to go on the projector over here. Also, if you connect the chalice, I should be able to reward you with a new weapon. You can collect this off me here.
So yeah, whereas the first game had a map screen, this game just has the projector, which, I kind of like the map screen from the first game better, because to me, it felt like you were actually going somewhere. Like, you know, and it was cool, whereas this is just static pictures. The same thing I could say about the Chalice as well, because the first game had the Hall of Heroes, and you'd get to, you know, meet all these interesting personalities, and it was cool and all. Whereas this is basically just a quip from the professor. That's about it, really, but in any case...
Cane stick, sir? No modern knight should be seen without one.
And actually, though, for our first Chalice award, The cane stick is a very unique weapon, actually. So we can just put that in the slot here. And the melee attack is just kind of a basic forward jab. You also press the square button to do a spin attack. But it's when you hold the square button and release it that you get something pretty cool. And that's something that I'm going to hold on to for the next level. Because it's going to be pretty handy. So we go into Kensington. So let's see what the briefing is for this.
From what I can work out, this is the epicenter of the blast. Look around, Fortescue, collect as much magic as possible, and see if you can work out who's behind this terrible state of affairs.
Sounds very simple enough. So we just save, and in we go. I'm on the cane scout for this, actually, because, yeah, this already looks kind of foreboding off to the start, doesn't it? And if we go a little further, we have ourselves a regal zombie. And what these guys will do is, they'll revive all their little minions over there. But thankfully the cane stick will deal with them pretty quickly. So you just use a charge attack. If the game would let me hit them, please. So just deal with all the little smaller zombies, and the big guy will come out. And I do think it's a pretty cute visual gag how the enemies called regal zombies are literal blue bloods. That's cute. But that's pretty much just the basic gist of these guys. Just take out their minions, then deal with them. And they kind of remind me a bit of the pirate officers from the first game, because that's the same premise. Where, like, you know, one guy is controlling the smaller dudes. I'm just gonna deal with these guys right quick. And after that, it's just the same story. Let's get a little healing while we're here, actually, because it'd be nice. Now, we'll see also that the chalice of the Silva is a bit unique compared to the others, and I'll explain what that means in just a bit. But for now, we can just go on this way. Where's the elevator? Oh, he's over there. Okay. Get out of here. So now we want to head to this quayside mill over here. We hit the lever, and this little elevator will come down for us to ride. Help if I were on the elevator. And down here we get to learn about pushing and pulling things.
Certain objects can be pushed or pulled. Stand close and hold action to lock on. Use the directional buttons to move it about.
Yeah, so just hold the X button, and we can move stuff around. So we're going to push the creator this way, and up here we get the depot key. If I could actually get the key, that is, that would help. That would certainly help. And we have ourselves a couple more basic zombies to deal with. Nothing terrible. If the zombies could please stop running away from me, because, yeah, these guys are a bit more mobile than they were in the first game, weren't they? But with that key, we can head over this way. me just deal with these guys before I go in there. Oh, okay, Connor. I'm so glad you're able to join me for this. I will be doing more of this game actually tonight, but I more or less intend to do the full game when I intend to do the full playthrough of this game actually tonight. So I can send you the VOD later if you want to see it. Now that skull chest we have ourselves a bomb, but simply, well, you open it and things go boom. I'll pretty much insta-kill any enemies that are on the screen. Pretty nice. So if we head in this place... I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking, those sarcophagi look kind of ominous. What we got over here? We get the townhouse key. And as soon as we jump down... we have some skeletal mummies to deal with, or Anubites, as I like to call them. And these guys are kind of irritating, actually, this early in the game, because they have those 4-way beam attacks, and they're also pretty aggressive. But they do have one glaring weakness, and that weakness is heights. It's over, Anubites! I have the high ground! If I could just... the camera isn't exactly the best, but there you go. Let me get back to the high ground. There we go. Now, though, these guys, we can actually make our way out of here. So we just gotta use this box. So now, here's the thing with... I'm just going to ignore these guys, because I don't need to kill them. Now, here's the thing with the chalice. You can look around this level all you want, till the cows come home, and you will not find it. The reason for this is that the chalice can actually be found over this way, though. Now, you see this train station, and, well, if you ring the bell... look at there! And there's your chalice. Now, if you tried to ring the bell before the chalice was filled, the train would simply just pass you by and ignore you. But that's not the case. So we just get a little more ammo, and we can move on. Because we're going to need some ranged ammunition in just a bit. So the townhouse key, we can go into this building. Looks like whoever owns this place is preparing some sort of machine?
You made it! This is where the spell was cast. Look around for clues and then head over to the museum. Something seems to be going on over there.
Well, if you saw the opening cutscene, well, that certainly explains a lot. Because, yeah, this place is, yeah, very charming decor we got in here, huh? Very charming. But anyway, we just bust open a few of these boxes. And this chest here in the corner brings us a pocket watch. So with this, we can now actually leave here. And Winston said something about there going on at the museum, so if we climb along the outer wall... let's see here.
Once through this door, there's no going back, Dane, so you probably want to make sure that you got the chalice.
Because, yeah, here's the thing about this game, actually. So, Winston said that every level has a chalice, and that's kind of only half true, because there are certain levels, like Kensington, for example, that have multiple parts, and in that case, it's only the first parts of the levels that will have a chalice. So since we have it with us, well, we don't have to worry about getting it in the second part. As we approach the window... Oh dear.
Master will be pleased with booty.
Yes, it's a pity we cannot yet enter the tomb. We will return.
Man, I've really got to lay off the hard stuff, because if I didn't know any better, I could have sworn I saw... Huh. Well, let's jump in.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
And let's do just that. Especially considering how I'm fairly high up and I don't like how precarious this looks. Especially with this camera angle that we have here. Let's see if I can't... Oh. Oh. Easy. Easy. Okay. But we'll actually have to jump down, though. I know, Spiv, just hang on just a sec. Oh, if I can get the gold. Great. Okay. Ouch. Yep, we jump down, and we have some more skeleton mummies to deal with. But again, nothing we can't handle with a little elevation. Down, doggies. Get out of here. And with these guys dispatched, we can actually go into the tomb proper. See, all they had to do was just kill out a few doggies. That's all they had to do. What was so hard about that? And here we get a nice little tutorial. Hey, guess what? Torches can be lit. So let's do that. And actually, a lit torch is also a very effective weapon against these mummies. I imagine their embalming fluid is highly flammable. So just give them a few quick jabs. And down they go. Get out of here. Now in this room we're going to want to make sure we have our torch lit. It's a little dark in here. We just kind of let there be light. We don't want to go in there just yet, because actually we have a few items to find first. Okay, so now we can use these, I guess it's supposed to be jade blocks, turquoise blocks, one of the two, to make our way over here. Go up top, and we have ourselves a scroll of Sekhmet. So we can move these blocks again. I just want to relight my torch, just so I can see where I'm going. Would you get out of here? Down. Okay. Off we go. Top we got a Tablet of Horus. And I believe we want to go... So now I want to take these blocks, and we want to go ahead and reposition them so that we can get up this way. Actually, if I could just grab the block, that'd be great. And we push it this way. We can now go up this way. And we have a nice staff of Anubis. Let me just burn this mummy. Here we go. So now in here, we can put those items to use. So we have these 3 statues, and if you're familiar with your ancient Egyptian mythology, then well, you can probably tell who's who. Here we have what looks to be a lioness. So this one would be Sekhmet. So we just give her the scroll. And, well, I know that jackal-headed god anywhere. That's Anubis. So we give him his staff. And, well, being that Horus is typically depicted as a falcon, this must be him. So, we give him his tablet. And once we do that, oh. Hello. Now, who might you be? And that's the end of the level. So before anything, let's talk to the professor.
Fortescue, you made it! Excellent! The energy you've collected has given us power of a sort. And that's not all you've brought back, I see. I don't normally approve of any old waif or stray, but when they're as pretty as this one, I think we could make exceptions.
Okay, that's just creepy.
Oh, sorry. Well, tell me, did you find anything useful on your journey? What? A snake? A dog? And a rocket?
Hey, I'm every bit as confused as you are.
Analyze this and see if I can't debrief our friend.
Oh, don't zoom in on her butt.
Get some more zombie juice for my machines.
But in any case, let's move on. So from this chalice reward, we get...
Try the Hammer of Thor. You're sure to have a smashing time.
Ah, poor Stanyer Ironhewer, forgotten to the annals of history. But, nevertheless, though, the hammer is very good. Because you can charge it. And it's a little different than when it was in the first game, where it creates these shockwaves. But, now on to the Freak Show. Oh, this is a fun stage.
The Freak Show. It contains some weird specimens at the best of times. Heaven knows what's going on there now. Creep in round the back to avoid being spotted.
Will do. Let me just see something here. Hold on. Just gotta make sure that, okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and ghouls of all ages, welcome to the event of the evening. It'll be a night so entertaining you'll be positively dying for more as you see all manner of curious creatures and furious freaks. In any case.
Dan, without a ringmaster, the imps are going crazy. They're up to something, but I don't know what.
Well, it's our job to find out in that case. So after we get to do a little bit of healing, we can see what's going on. And of course, what's a freak show without some bearded ladies? Except these poorly Priscillas are going to be trying to knock us into the water, which, let's not let them do that, because, well, Dan, being a skeleton, can't exactly swim. And if we go over this way, you'll see that there is a life bottle, but I don't particularly like the camera angle, so I'm not going to go for that. But there is, however, another way to get to it. Thankfully. Just gotta deal with some more bearded ladies first. And if we go in this tunnel over here, we have ourselves some imps. And they look slightly more metallic than I remember. But over here, life ball number 2. And I want to be careful as I make this jump, because I don't exactly have a lot of health. But actually, that wasn't... I spoke too soon. Not to worry, actually. Here we go. Now we can move on. And over this way, we have ourselves a magician. Now what he'll do is he'll kind of just summon this noodle dragon to chase you around for a bit, after he finds a nice little corner of the room to set himself up in first. So we just gotta let the dragon chase us around a little bit, and then when he calls him back, that's our cue to start whacking him. So now where are you going? Okay, he's going to this corner. Down he goes. And that's more or less all the enemies you'll find here. Would you get out of here? Stop it. Might as well have actually get the pistol out for that one lady up there. And of course, what's a carnival without a nice strength tester? So we just charge up, let go, and we win a prize. And if we go over this way, well, we have this door with a picture of a hammer on it. And since we have it, we can go inside and play a nice little fun game of Whack-a-Imp. If I could actually hit them, that'd be good. Here we go. Oh. Darn. I do appreciate they gave us a little bit of health healing while we're here. And for completing level 1, we get some chicken drumsticks. And while these seem like a joke weapon, these are actually pretty strong when you see what they do. But, round 2. Come on. This is a little annoying, but that's round 2. The final round, we gotta do the whole 12. I'm just kind of like hyper-focusing right now because I'm trying to get this done. If if I could please get to the time, that'd be great. Oh, they are really aggressive today, aren't they? Just two more. One more. Down he goes. And for that, we get ourselves a nice full inventory of chicken drumsticks. So, these, I will say, were kind of nerfed compared to how they were in the first game, but they're nevertheless still pretty good. So first, let's see what Winston has to say about these trampolines over here.
Stand on the trampoline and hold down jump to gain some height.
So that's all there is to it. Just kind of hold the circle button and we're nice and bouncy. And this looks like the big top tent, but we can't seem to enter it because we need some keys. Perhaps later on we'll find them. First, let's deal with some imps that are this way. And there appear to be advertisements for some things. Let's see what we got. Actually, the charge attack is pretty good for these guys. Here we go. Let's see, it looks to be pumpkin juice and vampire girls? Don't know whether they look like Lolitas, but well. Our only other choice is to go this way, and I feel like I might know who that's supposed to be, but at the same time, it doesn't really look like them, actually. I'll keep that thought for later. But we have ourselves another magician in this tent. Let's hear this beard ladies from here. I think there are some more imps actually that'll pop out once I... Yep, here we go. Let's get rid of these guys. I should also say, as far as the weapons are concerned, I will show them all off when I can. So don't worry about that. So we bounce over this way.
The imps are using the freak show to build an army of giant elephant bots. Try and find where they're being constructed and destroy them. If we don't stop them, they'll storm the old city.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. But, well, we have ourselves, well, this watery pit over here. And thankfully, though, actually, this is a bit of an exception to the rule about water is instant death. Because if you fall in here, what will instead happen is the pit monsters that are in there will actually spit Dan back out onto the surface. So that's one less thing to worry about when it comes to tricky platforming, thankfully. We're going to want to have our pistol out, actually, because there is something coming up that we're going to have to deal with. Gee, a narrow battlefield with an imp-piloted machine. Now, I wonder where we've seen that before. Okay, but all jabs aside, though. We have ourselves a nice little mini-boss encounter against a standard elephant bot. And the premise is pretty simple. Just get behind it and shoot the driver. The hit detection can be a little weird with it sometimes, but it's pretty simple. And we get Elephant Key 1. So now we head over this way. And actually, we can just jump down here because we don't really have anything else over this, over in this neck of the woods. And now, actually, we want to head this way through this this really trippy-looking tunnel. And on the other side, we have another elephant bot to fight. But the premise is the exact same. Just get behind it and shoot the driver. Don't let me shoot the letters. And we get Elephant Key 2. So now we have both keys. Well, we can gain access to the big top tent, and it's in there that we'll find the actual boss of the freak show. First, we want to head in here into the House of Horrors, because it's in here that we'll actually find our chalice. I'm just gonna heal up and, well, I don't need ammo actually though, because I know what's coming up next. Actually, yeah, I guess I don't need to bounce on that after all. Our chalice in hand, and throw the keys. We put the keys to be statues, and we can go inside. And once inside, say hello to the most boring boss in the entire game, the Deluxe Elephant Bot. And one key difference with this guy, as opposed to the others that we just fought, is that this guy features a reinforced cab that our ranged weapons will not be able to put a scratch on. So, instead, to actually damage them, we'll have to make use of these spare parts that are kind of hanging here. Actually, I may want to have the sword out for this, because it'll be easier to swing. It's basically just a waiting game. Just wait for it to get underneath the parts, and just whack them. That really is all this boss is. And do it 3 times, and the big guy goes down. And that's our exit. Let me just get a spare sheeple here. And back to the lab we go. And our reward for this chalice is pretty good, actually.
Lovely, isn't she? The crossbow.
Kenny Tim would agree with you on that. Though I will say, compared to the first game, though, this weapon has suffered a reduction in fire rate. But it's still pretty good.
Dan, you're back! Fantastic! Loads to tell you.
Oh?
I've analyzed the watch you found, and I think I know who is behind this madness.
Who?
The name of our enemy is Lord Palethorn. He tried to gain respectability by joining the Magician's Circle, but they expelled him after he began to experiment with black magic. Frightful, frightful man. As far as we can see, the whole city has fallen under his wicked spell. Every dead soul in London is walking the streets, and a host of other demons have arrived to plague us.
Here we go again.
Not all bad news, though. This lady is none other than Kia, 91st consort of Ramesses himself. I've been doing a little reading, and let me tell you, you might feel old, but she's positively ancient. No offense.
You were the one who freed me from my eternal prison? Great warrior, I salute thee. I am forever in your debt.
Right, introduction's over.
That's
On
cute.
with the show.
But our next stop is Greenwich.
Greenwich. Winston's done some reconnaissance. He says he saw something weird going on at the observatory. If Palethorn's behind it, he must be stopped.
I do think that's actually kind of cool how some of the levels in this game are actually loosely based on real-life locations, like Greenwich and Kensington, and some other spot you'll see later on. Actually, make that 2. But it's time to set sail. Because this level, as you can see, has a nautical theme to it. And there's one particularly funny thing that I'm going to mention in just a little bit about this level. But as we go forward... Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Huh?
Well, that's annoying.
Lost your head, Dan? Switch between head and body using L1 plus triangle. If you find your head, L1 plus triangle will put it back on.
Now, whether or not we actually realized it, we actually just learned a new ability, and that is the ability to separate our head and our body to solve puzzles. And we have ourselves some sailor zombies. Now, there is actually a bit of an interesting glitch that you can do with these guys, and it involves the hammer, actually. So what I want to do is I want to hit them so that there's one hit away, and then if you do a charge attack, watch this. Well, if I could hit them. Okay, not that. Okay, I will show this off because this is actually something interesting. So I want to. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So now I should be able to do it with this guy. So with the last hit as a charge attack, this happens. Yeah. See right there. Now you'll notice that their death animation looks to be a 2-part, whereas they fall over and then they kind of explode to pieces. And you can actually exploit this to potentially get some additional chalice percentage. But only really in this room, though, because as you'll see, there is a reason for that. We also have these birds that are going to be trying to attack us, but, well, that's why we have the crossbow. Get out of here. Get out of here. If we get some distance. Here we go. Let's see what Winston has to say here.
Dan, I've looked around. There's something going on in the observatory, but the entrance is barred. Perhaps you can find another way of getting in. Go and see what's across the river.
Okay. But first, though, if we go up here, we can get our revenge on that bird that just stole our skull. Where'd he go? So yeah, just hold L1, press triangle, and we're back together. Okay. Moving right along. Now, as for why I say this room in particular, once we go through this way over this way, the level changes a little bit. Could have also used that bomb chest, I guess, but that's okay. So over here we go to what I guess is supposed to be a naval dry dock. Okay, well these guys do it too, but there is an exception, as you'll see in just a minute, because as I head over here, somehow I don't think those guys are taking a nap. And, well, if we go forward, we're introduced to a particularly irritating kind of enemy, the Octomators. What these guys will do is to basically possess any of these zombie corpses to create some octo-zombies. Now what we want to do is, anytime you see a zombie corpse like this, you want to give it a few good bashes with your hammer to destroy it. That way it won't get possessed. And while these zombies are possessed, these guys are a pain in the neck. So yeah, you want to try to deal with the Octomators as fast as you can before they possess any bodies and create even more trouble for you. Crossbow sweats them out just fine though. So actually I'll only give him his body too. And get rid of that bird. Because from this point on, any birds that you let will in fact steal your skull. And you're going to have to find the nests and get it back. So you just make sure not to let them do that. These Octomators can please stop being a pain in my keister, and that'd be good. Actually, let me get rid of this guy first. Yeah. And before you even get a chance... and there's no zombies for you to possess. Too bad, so sad. Go around... Life ball number 3. Now, here's the interesting thing about this level.
Them birds pesky, aren't they? See if you can use your head to solve this puzzle. It should work like any other item in your inventory.
So, from my understanding, this puzzle here was designed as an anti-piracy measure, and yes, I do understand that the irony that a nautical theme has something to combat pirates. But anyway, so what you gotta do is you can use your head in the inventory like this, but you can also just do the same thing by just holding L1, pressing triangle. So they go in this little window, and on normal copies of this game, this puzzle is very simple. All you do is just hold L2 and R2 to look at the camera, and you can see what the solution to the puzzle is. If you're playing a cracked copy of this game, you would not be able to do this, and because the solutions are random per playthrough, you'll be forced to trial and error your way through this whole puzzle. So in this case, we have to set 1, 2 to the full position, and 3 and 4 to the quarter full position. So let's do just that. And with that, the bridge goes down. So let's deal with all the enemies down here before we go any further. Oh yeah, I should. Darn it. That's okay. Yep. Yeah. No bodies for you. There should be enough enemies to clear up around here before we actually grab that chalice that's on top of that ship. Should be. I know there are enough enemies to deal with. There should be enough enemies to fill it up. Oh yeah, there's an Octomator. Let's deal with him. I think one more should do it. So let's see. Should be over this way, perhaps? Nope, but there is some gold. And gold is nice. I will say, though, it does seem like gold is a bit more scarce in this game compared to the first game. Certainly seems that way to me, anyhow. Oh. Yeah, the camera is definitely not as good in this game as it was the first. I'll be the first to admit. But all I have to do is just do a little platforming. And we gotta whack this lever over here. And then in that case, the rest of the enemies that I need to fill the chalice should just be right over this way. Yep. Eat bomb chest. I'm just gonna ignore those guys because they are not worth my time. Actually, I should probably use the bridge, would help. That would certainly help if I used the bridge that I bothered to lower. We just want to head over this way. And... yoink! Oh. That's okay. Getting back up is pretty simple. And once they're here... extra gold never hurts.
Once through this door, there's no going back, Dan, so you probably want to make sure that you got the chalice.
Which, thankfully, we do. And the next level is something that I have to say is a bit of a point of contention for me, because in the Greenwich Naval Academy, I really honestly feel like they could have just sort of integrated this part with the first one, instead of making it two separate things, because as you'll see, this level is pretty short.
Alright, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
Because one thing you'll notice is that it seems like they kind of sort of tried to artificially bloat the level count by having some levels be multiple parts, but I feel like it doesn't really work out so good. And as far as this level is concerned, you can pretty much just skip all this once you go in here. So we just have a couple of Octomirrors to deal with, and then after that, the level itself is pretty straightforward. It's just kind of one big puzzle, pretty much. Just gotta deal with these guys. Get down. Okay. Now the first thing we want to do is we want to go up top, because we see that there's this bathysphere that we stick our head in. And we have ourselves this puzzle with this acid bath. So what we gotta do is we gotta use our head. So we just hold L1, press triangle again, and you can kind of see it in the bottom right corner, but there's a shadow of something. And well, if we use the body, we can move this magnet. And want to position it so that it's over that curious-looking object there in the corner of the tank. So actually, how does it look now? Okay, so now we move it this way. I think they might do it. So when you think you have it, you just hit the lever, and it sends down the magnet. And we got it. And with this puzzle, we get ourselves a bellows. Now if we go into the roof here, we did see this balloon earlier.
If we could get the fire going, we might be able to use the balloon.
And it turns out all it's missing is a nice pair of bellows. So we use the bellows we found, and we light our torch. Sometimes all it takes is a little spark of inspiration. So now we just feed some air into the balloon, and we go ourselves on a nice voyage. That's a big telescope.
Manda, is it ready?
Yes, Master. At the press of a button, the great scope will find all the pages of the spell book.
Good. Start the machine. Start the machine.
Yes, soon it will all be mine.
What the devil?
Ah!
What have we got here? Meddlesome fool. Do you know what you've ruined?
Manda, deal with this wretch.
Time to break some bones, Dogman.
Bones.
Shut up.
And we get ourselves a mini-boss encounter against Dogman and Mander, and the charge attack for the hammer is actually a pretty good way to deal with this guy, because the thing is, Dogman himself is actually immune to ranged attacks, and his attacks will actually stun you if you get too close. Just like that. So generally a good approach is to kind of keep your distance, without using ranged weapons. I mean, if we need any healing, we can just go into this. Well, there is a side room. I know there's a side room. I think it's actually this one over here. Yep. And they won't follow you in here, so you can just heal up and get ammo as you need it. And back to it. Mander is a little easier to deal with because he's not immune to range attacks. It's mainly just getting rid of Dogman is the main concern. And they take a tumble. So our chalice ward for this level is pretty cool.
Take this weapon. It's better than it looks, I can tell you.
Consider it so fortunate that Bloodmoth Skullcleaver did not hear you just say that, because he would have used your head as a soccer ball. But we get the axe, and it's pretty much just, it's a main weapon, and it's a ranged weapon, and it's very good.
Fortescue, well done, my friend. You thwarted Palethorn. Winston tells me about his fiendish scheme, and it's our first piece of good news. If he hasn't got all the pages of the spellbook, then he hasn't got full control of the undead.
That's good, at
If we
least.
can get to them before he does, then we just might stand a chance of defeating him. Sorry, no time for chat. If you're ready, let's get this show on the road.
And as it happens, we're going to Kew Gardens.
Winston has traced Palethorn. He's somewhere within Kew. Who knows what you'll encounter when you're there?
I mean, if the graphic is any indication, we'll have to deal with some pumpkins. I guess it wouldn't be a medieval game without some pumpkins. And this is another level that I believe is actually based off of real location, because far as I'm aware, there is in fact an arboretum in Kew.
Oh, Manda, it's a good thing our experiment in Greenwich turned up a page of the spellbook before that weird little skeleton monster chose to interrupt everything.
Yes, Master.
I trust his demise was suitably unpleasant.
Master, he proved to be quite a resilient foe. He managed to evade us.
What? Good grief, man, what do I pay you for?
The two of you are worse than useless. I just hope the spell's been a success, then I can dispense with your services.
You know, this guy's kind of a dick. Do I even want to know? Oh, it's worse than I thought. But, Kew Gardens. Well, I will say this isn't exactly my favorite level in the game. I will say the music is still pretty nice, actually. Which, you'll hear me say that about a lot of music in this game.
Overrun with mutated plant life. It's bound to be one of Palethorn's evil schemes. Whatever he's up to, you've got to stop him.
Well, of course. The last thing we want is our vegetables eating us. So we have her this way. That's a big pumpkin. But we get a potting shed key. Do you suppose the homeowner's insurance covers giant rogue pumpkins? But we have her this way, we get life ball number 4, as well as pumpkin plants. And compared to the first game, these guys are kind of annoying because they seem to block frontal attacks. So the axe is a pretty good way to deal with them because it'll get behind them. And one thing you'll also notice is that as we kill these pumpkin plants, they'll drop some poorly rendered antidote, which you can equip. As for why we'll need that, you'll see in just a second. And it's part of why I'm not particularly a fan of this level, because it's implemented kind of irritatingly. But we can get ourselves a nice full stock of antidote, and we can head over this way. Because we use that potting shed key we found to go into this potting shed. Let's do his pumpkin plants before we go in there, just to get him out the way. And in this potting shed, we get ourselves a water tank valve. And in this greenhouse over this way, if we talk to Winston...
You've got to stop the humans from turning into pumpkins. If they get infected, use the antidote before it's too late. I don't know exactly how many we can afford to lose.
The answer is not many. And yeah, this part is not particularly fun, I'll be the first to admit. Because it's basically just a balancing act, because you have to get rid of the pumpkin plants, but you also have to make sure that you don't accidentally get the people killed. Because you can, in fact, actually damage them, and if you lose too many, getting the chalice will be impossible. So yeah, when you see them get infected like that, you want to get ready. So we just equip the antidote and give him a good zap. Oh shoot! I lost one. Well, that's okay. You can, I believe you can lose as many as like a couple before the chalice becomes impossible. So don't worry. And far as I'm aware, there are 3 sections in this level that's basically just this. It's just you kind of playing babysitter for these humans. Thankfully, though, you will get ample opportunities to get more antidote. So. But that's room 1 clear. And could have gone a little better, but that's okay. We're still greenlit to get the chalice, as far as I'm concerned. So now we go into this room. This little pond room of sorts. And we want to jump down here, because there's more pumpkin plants. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm hitting them because of how blocky these guys are. It's a little weird. I mean, I guess there is a little indicator to, like, you know, like when they briefly turn a lighter shade, but I feel like it's not enough for me. So now, room number 2. Thankfully, it's off to a slightly better start. At least now I can deal with the pumpkin plants a bit easier. Oh, darn. I think that actually might be the last one that I can lose, so I gotta be really... I actually have to be careful here. Alright, so now there's one more room like this that I'm gonna have to deal with. I'm gonna have to be careful. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say that the levels seem to be more vertical, because, you know, it doesn't really make the fall damage all that better. And we also have these spitting plants that are going to be trying to kill us. Maybe we'll find a way to calm them down a little. But outside, we can climb the exterior of this greenhouse. And if we go over here, we get to play Indiana Bones one more time. And I also have to say, you're not going to tell me that something of that weight and that size just rolled over this broken glass ceiling and it didn't just completely shatter it. Like, I'm sorry, that's not at all how that works. But okay. So, the thing with the water valves in this level is, they go these pipes that have, you know, these colored arrows. So we have the blue, with the blue valve, we can add a little water, and these plants will open, and we can use them like platforms, and they won't be trying to kill us. So that's very good. Thankfully, we don't have to worry so much about ammo now that we have the axe, because, well, it's technically speaking an infinite ammo ranged weapon. And these holes in the glass here, you can actually jump down. So that's a cool detail. Ouch. That hurt. I'm actually heal up on here. So the water tank valve goes for this room. So now that we pacify the plants in this place, we can use them like platforms to get up to these ladders on the wall. If I could actually reach them. There we go. And over here we get ourselves a pond room valve. I don't think I can actually attach myself to the, yeah, I didn't think I could attach myself to the wall. That's okay. And we saw a pipe that had green arrows before, I believe, so well, we know where to put the valve. We just gotta go up top here. Now, one of these greenhouses does have a secret, but we can't do anything with it just yet. Very soon, though. Oh, camera. Thank you. So the pond room valve, we just gotta stick on this pipe over here. You can tell because the arrows are green. This will pacify these plants in this room, and also in the pond room next door. And we jump up here, and we obtain a hothouse valve. Now, I want to be careful jumping down here because now that I know this is an area that has, yeah, potentially lethal fall damage, so I want to be careful. So we had in this place, we have the third room where we have to escort some humans. So I want to try to be careful here because I believe I've reached my limit for the number of accidental screw-ups. Okay, so I gotta be careful. Oh, now one thing that actually can happen though is that if a human does get fully transformed into a pumpkin, you can technically kill them for chalice percentage, but it won't be enough to offset the loss though. So you still gotta be careful. Oh, oh, that was close. Where'd you get out of here? Get out of here. Oh. Oh, I gotta hurry. That was close. I gotta wait for them to get away from the person so that we're not... Would you please just give me some space? Okay, well at least it's just the one though, thankfully. Okay, I think we're good. Yep, we are. Okay, so use the hothouse valve. If I could get closer enough. Get close enough. There we go. Now, we're supposed to go up this way, but there's another door we can use, and I do actually want to go through that, because as it happens... Leave through here. Yep. Well, this room looks a little familiar, doesn't it? And there is a secret in this room that's kind of cleverly hidden. If you look at the table here, life ball number 5. It's a little hard to see in the background there, but, you know, cleverly hidden. We go out this way. We have ourselves a little gauntlet of swords to deal with. First, some pumpkin bombs. And I believe in this chest we have an introduction of silver shields. So that's a little better. Wave 2 has pumpkin plants, which will give us actual chalice percentage, so that's good. You do want to be careful because Wave 3 will have some of those giant pumpkins as well, and as you can imagine, those are not fun when they hit Sir Daniel. So we have to be really kind of paying attention to these guys as well. Oh. Just like that. Thankfully that we do have enough plants to actually fill the chalice though, so that's good. Because one more should do it. Yep. And once we get all the pumpkin plants, there's our exit. But first, chalice. Most important of all. And actually, this greenhouse over here, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So this little hole there. Can't do anything with that just yet. No. Oh, okay. The chalice, as you saw, is just right there in the pond room. Or the room next door to the pond room. It's a little high up, so we're gonna have to be careful. Darn. Okay. It's alright. So now it's just... with a bit more care, let's see if we can't get to the top of this tree. Because... there's our chalice. I want to be careful. By which you didn't mean that, but that's okay. And that's the level. It's done. But you'll notice as we enter the lab, though, there's something strange going on.
The professor asked me to give you this.
Oh?
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
Yeah, after the last level, I most certainly will. So maybe asking yourself, why did Winston just do that? Where is everybody? And why is the freak show music suddenly playing? And, well, the answer to all of his questions is through this door over here.
Dan! Dan! Not a moment too soon! Palethorn is launching an all-out attack. Kier says he's made some giant monster that will crush us all. Our only hope is to make our own, and using Kier's embalming knowledge, I think we can. In fact, I already have the head, but I need limbs. Limbs, Dan? I don't care what you've got to do to get them. We must get limbs. Now's no time to be squeamish, Fortescue. Just bring me the limbs one at a time. Place them on the slab, and we'll build a monster of our own.
So, two things. First of all, that's Frankenstein. You're not fooling anybody. And number two, why is Dan the one who's squeamish, considering the fact that he can literally rip his own arm off and use it as a weapon? Maybe I'm thinking this too much. But anyway, let's see here. Professor Hamilton Kiff's research notes. Date. Now, this actually uses the European notation, so it will be March 12th of 1885. My experiments have been a partial success. So far, I've managed to reanimate a number of body parts, but unfortunately, they tend to mutate into ghastly creatures that are quite beyond my control. I am forced to release them to forever roam, searching for food in the bowels of the London Underground. I'm afraid to say that at this point, my research has reached a dead end. Date: May 23rd, 1886. Since her arrival, Kia has been helping with my experiments. Her knowledge of Egyptian embalming techniques has led me to believe that great progress can be made. Whilst Fortescue is out saving the world, I have been making the final touches to a machine that I am fully convinced will be able to create a fully formed human specimen. So basically, there are 6 parts that we're going to have to collect. Because, well, as you can probably guess, we've been thrust into the next level straight away with no kind of break. And we have limb creatures, of which there are 6 varieties, 1 for each different body part that we'll have to collect. And this level does have a chalice. So what we gotta do is we gotta just get a piece, and then within 20 seconds we gotta bring it back to the slab. Just do it 6 times and we're done. There's one arm. And now if we head over this way also, life ball number 6. So even though the game is a bit more difficult compared to the first one, they do give you the life balls at a fairly steady rate. And there are actually also more of them as well. Whereas the first game only had, 9, this one has 11. So now we have a torso. We just bring it same place we brought the arm. Now we need a left arm. Well, there's a leg attached to that Henry Suck-looking abomination. And the bombs I'll talk a bit more about in just a second. But now though I have to try to not get my face kicked in. I think the hammer should do pretty good for this. Yep, there we go. Did you get back here? Yep, there's a leg. I think there's another leg creature over there. Okay, halfway there. It's also slightly randomized which monsters you get, so it can be a little tricky sometimes. This actually seems to be working fairly decently. Yep, there's our other arm. Okay. So we just need one more leg and something else. There is a reason why I'm kind of intentionally hesitating on that statement there. I believe the last one should be these... Is that supposed to be Kia? I feel like it might be. That's a little creepy there, Professor, gotta say. Okay, there we go. We get our leg. Our right leg. So all this considered, actually, we're making pretty good time. We had 8 minutes to do this whole thing, and we have 4 left. There's still one more piece we have left to get, and there is kind of a reason why I saved this for last, because, well, what am I supposed to say about this? That's a butt. That is literally a butt. Hopefully it's a finely sculpted one. Let me just heal a little bit while I have the opportunity. And I also have a time here. I want to go ahead and grab the chalice. And it's going to be a little tricky to get it because it's a little bit of a tricky jump. Let's see. The Spib's over there. I'm gonna leave him alone. You also have to be careful because the trains will actually go through here. So if I could just... Yep. Okay. Chalice. Yes. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, we have to go get, well, a butt. Or a bum, actually, in this case. So I'm just gonna find where that is. Yep, there's one. Right there. So now we're just gonna bring it to where it has to go, and we should be golden. Chalice acquired. And off we go.
Here we are. Oh.
Oh, God. Unless... Well then. And here we actually have ourselves a pretty cool boss fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight Night. Palethorn Promotions, in association with the Forces of Darkness, brings you a match to the death between, in the white corner, weighing in at 280 pounds, with a record of no fights and no wins, Dan Gilstein. In the right corner, weighing in at 440 pounds, with an unbeaten record of 40.
That's a big boy.
The unstoppable Iron Slayer. And only to tell you the prize that's at stake, let's get it on!
Okay, I want a good, clean fight, and the first one to get a knockout is the winner. Any lost limbs can be collected between rounds. Shake, and let's fight.
Okay, that was not necessary. But, boss time against the Iron Slugger. And actually, though, you're fortunate that you happen to know someone who actually has a physical manual of the game, because this fight has separate controls. They are as follows. Use the stick to move around the ring, X for a low jab, square for a high jab, triangle for high hook, circle for a low hook, R1 change the camera, L1 for a high block, L2 for a low block. You can also hold L1, press square for an overhead chop, L2 plus square for a jawbuster, which is what I like to spam in this fight, and X and square together for a headbutt. And don't worry so much about getting hit, because as the professor said, any limbs that you lose in this fight you can just get back. And what's also nice though is that any limbs that the Iron Slugger loses, he cannot replenish. So you do kind of have a bit of an advantage of sorts. And the fight will also get easier as it goes on because, well, he'll have less limbs to defend himself with. Oh, come on. I can beat him. I can so beat him. Yes! First try. Awesome. Pretty easy.
Curse you! Curse you all! You think you've won?
I'll have my day, and when I do, I'll...
Oh. Go stew in your own angst, Cockney Satan. And for completing this level, we get ourselves the broadsword.
I've done a little work on your sword. You should find this a whole lot better. It's enchanted. If it runs out, the spiv will be able to recharge it for you.
Now, here's kind of a weird thing with the broadsword, though. And it's that once you pick it up, it fully replaces your small sword, which it did not do that in the first game, and I kind of see why they did this, because in the grand scheme of things, the broadsword does make the small sword kind of obsolete, but I still think that's a bit of a strange design choice. But in any case.
Well, we won that round quite literally, didn't we? But we're not out of the woods just yet. In fact, at this very moment, I'm picking up two areas of extreme psychic disturbance. One in Whitechapel, the other, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's a pity you can't be in two places at once, Dan.
Professor, let me go.
No, it's too dangerous.
Well, if she's careful and comes back at the first sign of trouble...
Wait. Sir Fortis... Dan, you freed me from my tomb. Do not imprison me in another. I wish to see the world, to help in the fight, and I will be careful.
Okay, Kier, you go to Whitechapel. Dan, you check out the other disturbance.
I mean, if she insists. But yeah, so the bombs. Now, the thing with the bombs is that I kind of don't use these because, as you can imagine, they run on a sort of fuse timer, and from my experience, what tends to happen is that when I use them, the enemies tend to kind of get out of the blast radius before they can go off, and you can't, unfortunately, cook them, so you kind of just have to go with what you got. But there's two ways to use them. Press X to light the fuse, and you press X again to drop one, or you can just press square to just throw one. I get the feeling these are supposed to be kind of the equivalent of the spears in this game, in that they're a low damage, or should I say a high damage, low capacity weapon. I mean, that's cool and all, but I do kind of prefer the spears a little bit. Now, here's another thing actually with this here. So the next level is Wolfram Hall. And if we go to the briefing...
This is the center of the psychic disturbance. It's a new one to me. All I'm reading is a great, malevolent, slumbering evil. Extreme caution as always, Dan. Oh, and before you go, you might want to use your head on some of those hands over there. Stand over a hand and use your head to see what happens.
Yeah, so the game doesn't really explain all that much, but we actually have earned ourselves a new ability, and that's the Dan hand. So anytime you see these little hands and you see the little cyan-colored dome there, you just hold L1, press triangle, and we can put our hand in one of these hands. So we can use this to get into, nice tight spaces. And there are a couple levels that actually have secrets that can be accessed this way. Now, I will show these off, just for the sake of showing them off here, but it is noted, though, that no life balls are actually hidden this way. So basically, the only things you really see in these kinds of secrets are going to be gold and some healing. So it's nothing too crazy, but I'll always show it off. So we use a Dan hand, and we can go in this little crack over here that you may have seen in the wall. And it's basically just a little mini level of sorts, for some extra gold. And this is actually a fairly good way to grind money if you're ever low, because ammo in this game can get a little pricey. If I could please just get up there, that'd be good. Oh, camera. Thank you. I also could use a bit of healing, because that was a bit of a pain. I do think it's also sort of cute how the Dan hand uses basically effectively, pitched up sounds. Like, Dan's normal sounds just pitched up slightly. Oh, if I could just... Yeah, sometimes the precision platforming can be a little tricky. That's why you just gotta be cautious. So we just gotta jump here, and we just fall down here. And we're right back where we started. And one thing you'll see actually is that unlike the first game, you can actually recollect chalices. But the only reason to really do so is that obtaining a chalice that way will just get you a gold chest. So it's another way to potentially earn some money if you need more. But it's nothing to really go too excessively out of your way for. At this point, I'm just going to ignore these guys, because I don't need to fight them. And that's another weird thing, another reason why I feel like the life fountains need to be fixed, because while the life fountains don't replenish, the energy vials do, and that's kind of oddly specific. It's leading me to believe that may have just been a glitch that they didn't fix. Sometimes we show the bombs off while I'm here. So we just drop on our feet and just let the bonus horrors just get hit by it. It does deal pretty good damage. It's just a matter of getting them into the blast radius first. Another thing you'll see also with the bombs is that ammo for them is kind of pricey. Because the way these guys go is, well, first of all, you can pay 100 gold to enchant the broadsword, which will make it do extra damage for a limited time. But yeah, the bombs are 100 gold for 10, which is definitely not cheap. And I don't tend to use them all that much here, so I think I'm good for now. Other than that, the puzzle is basically the exact same. Except this time we won't have to hit the torch again. Actually, I guess I should kill those Green Knights in the other room, shouldn't I? Actually, let me go back and do that. Don't worry, this won't take long. Mystery of these guys down here. Eat it and like it. Boy, all it takes is one nice little, you know, weapon upgrade and things go so much smoother. That was rude. Get out of my way. You too. Get out of here. Not to worry. Actually, I can, I just gotta get the cannonball again. Torch back on. Yep. And the Musket Knights in here should fill it up. Yep. So now to kind of demo this, just so you see what I'm talking about, I'm just gonna grab the chalice out in the garden. I guess I'm also gonna kill these guys too, but that's okay. These guys are easy pickings. Now, as far as Kensington is concerned, that secret is actually in the tomb. So, what I think I might actually wind up doing is, I'm gonna sort of just show it off and then maybe exit the level so that we're not here for ages. The same thing with the Freak Show, because the Freak Show secret is a bit earlier on, so that I can show that off too. And thankfully, though, since we've actually beat this level at least once, well, it won't put us in the boss stage again. So we can just go right back to the lab and continue on. So let's go to Kensington and show that off. I am going to have to play through up to the section with the tomb, but that's okay. We can ignore pretty much a lot of the enemies, because all we have to do is just get into the museum again. At this point, I'm just going to be kind of speedrunning. Because thankfully, nothing is really stopping us from just going into the buildings. These guys want to be nuisances and get in my way. So yeah, I would say MediEvil 2 in general is like it's kind of both shorter and longer than MediEvil 1 in a certain respect. It's strange, to put it simply, because again, like I feel like they tried to kind of make the game seem longer by having some levels be multiple parts, but it doesn't really work in my opinion. It's a bit strange, especially when when not every part of a level has a chalice. Because here's the weird thing with this game too. The first game has 20 chalices, this one has only 10. So it has exactly half. Bit strange. Let's get the box up here. Excuse me, no time to talk. I gotta go in the creepy townhouse again. And yes, that does mean we'll have to get another pocket watch. But that doesn't really change much of anything else. Just kind of going through the motions at this point. So yeah, those robot parts in there suddenly make a lot more sense. Oh, I guess actually I never showed off the chalice collection. That's okay. I'm gonna leave a little pretty soon anyway, so I can show it off anyway. It's no big deal.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
I don't need to save. And the axe will actually make these guys, these mummies here, easier to deal with. As if they weren't already kind of made trivial by the elevation difference. So the secret that we can access with a Dan hand is just right at the bottom of this incline. Let me just get rid of this guy first, so he's not a thorn in my side. There we go. Same with you. Get out of here. And what we do, and what we use with hands, and we can go in this little small crawl space over here. Well, actually, healing never hurts. As does gold. What's also nice, though, is that any gold that the Dan hand collects will be added to the main body once you reunite. So that's all you gotta do. So we just reunite. And we are going to have to get those items again if we want to actually save the gold that we just obtained. But that's okay. Actually, no, I want to leave this one here, and I want to get this thing. Yep. Just want to relight the torch again. Stop it. Down, boy. Actually, this does take 3. It's a little dark, but not for long. Okay. I'll deal with you in just a second. If I could just... There we go. No. Actually, I want the torch. I just gotta see where I'm going. Get out of here. Yeah, that's what we need up there. Okay. Pretty simple. So now it's just the same. Now it's just much the same. Just putting the statue, putting the items where they belong. So you get your tablet. You get your staff. And the lioness gets her scroll. Now the freak shows is thankfully a little bit earlier on, so I'll be able to show us off with ease. So this one is found just past where the first magician is. And the axe will make the bearded ladies easier to deal with. Much easier to deal with, actually, in fact. And the same also actually goes for the magicians as well. Especially if you get really close to them. So he's gonna go to this corner. Yep, look at that. Just much better. So the little Dan Hen secret is in one of these tents over here. This red one, I believe. Actually, no, it's this blue one. No, apparently that's a fast travel point. Okay, actually no. We want to go in... It is in this area, though. I know that much. It should be... Yeah, actually, actually it is in the red one. Okay. It's basically just a nice little... a fun little trampoline section. And unfortunately, you can't attack as a Dan Hand, so at this point you kind of just have to avoid all the imps. But it's basically just for some more gold. I think there's another... Is there anything gold in here? Oh, I think there might be. And the axe will also make the elephant bots easier to deal with too, because, well, it will. Well, I'll go one more cycle, but that's okay. These guys actually aren't that bad. They're more annoying than difficult. Just need to make sure not to let the guys distract me too much. Which they didn't, thankfully. Yeah, so watch how much easier this is now that we have the axe. You can even just like hear in the noise just like how many times the elephant bot is getting hit by the axe. It's so good. To think, all we needed was just a couple of chalices. You want to be annoying? Okay then. I'll be annoying. These guys are getting stuck in the doorway. So once again, through the really trippy looking tunnel. Down you go. But unfortunately, though, the deluxe elephant bot isn't made much better because, well, the strategy is the exact same. Just need to clear a few more enemies, and then we can grab the chalice. Just want to bounce this way because there should be some imps over this way. And this will actually lead us over to where the big top is. Yeah, so now if it's full again, we can just go ahead and recollect it. I'll put the other key in just a sec. Just want to grab the chalice here. Oh. That's alright. Time to go deal with the Elephant Bot once more. Excuse me, you guys are annoying. I'm not gonna deal with you. Actually, I wonder if I'd be able to... Yep, I sure can. Okay. Just get a little advanced damage there. It certainly speeds this along just a bit. Oh. I missed him, but that's okay. I can always just go around and get the next piece. Actually, let me get the sword off of this, maybe. At least it's set up so that you can't really trap yourself. But that's, again, all she wrote. Now, thankfully, though, Kew Gardens actually has probably the most interesting secret of the bunch. They do have to get a little far into the level. But anyway. Yeah, that's all it is. You just recollect the chalice and you get a little extra gold. Spending cash never hurts. And Dankenstein, actually, I don't think there's a secret in this one. So I'm just going to kind of leave it the way it is. There might be actually one. But again, it's nothing too spectacular. This level, though, does have a cool secret that I will show off. It's very unique. And we also don't have to worry so much about the humans because we've already gotten the chalice here at least once. I mean, I will still try to save as many as I can, but I don't have to worry as much. That's the important thing. Actually, realistically speaking, all I really need here is the water valve. Water tank valve. But you will have to deal with these pests in here. Actually, let me get the antidote. Just in case. If I can save them, I will. If not, no big deal. There we go. Much better. Excuse me. try not to hit her if I can help it. Oh, well that's what basically. So yeah, that's what happens if you wait too long. It'll just become a pumpkin. But again, it's not a huge deal. I'm not as worried about the chalice this time. Just let it go past, and in we go. I wish we could skip this too, but that's alright. That's okay, Spiv. I don't need anything from you right now. I'm not also worried about that gold. We just kind of gently fall down. There we go. Much better. Get on the ladder. Get on the ladders. There we go. You can just jump down. Yeah, that's much better. Excuse me. Don't need to worry about you just yet, if at all. Oh, careful. So I'm sorry there's not really much to talk about. It's just, you know, this really is just kind of a bunch of the same. It's a little annoying, I feel, that like some of these secrets are this late in the level, but that's okay. Because this one is actually pretty neat. Once I get past the annoying part, that is. Come on, pumpkins, hit the dirt. Just gonna let him get out the way. Okay, so now if we clear this room, we need to get ourselves a hand. Oh, there's one. But first, actually, let's calm these plants. Start spitting at us. the Dan hand, we can head to this little greenhouse over here. And we actually have ourselves a little mini-game of sorts. What we have to do is, there are a total of 4 stray hands that are in this maze, and we have to just get them back to the central room. So there's one. And there should be one over this way, I believe. Yep, there's 2. This is where we have to bring them. So we just gotta go over here, I believe, now. Or did I already go this way, actually? Actually, I think I may have lost the hands. Okay. Actually, let me just bring the hands that I find to the central. Okay. There's another one, and chest of gold. Actually, I should try not to let them lose me. Okay. Follow me. This way. Alright. The last one... Where's the last one? Oh, here he is. So we just gotta get him this way. And for saving all these hands, we get some extra gold. Yeah, nothing too monumentally spectacular, but spending cash is good. So now we just got to find where the body is. Yep, there we go. Now that I've shown all this off, we can actually now finally progress through the game. Once I get to the gauntlet again. The pumpkin gauntlet, if you will. Actually, I guess I don't need the antidote now that I'm done with all the rooms. And thankfully, the giant pumpkins will also kind of go in a sequence. Always do front, then back, then front, then back, and it's just a matter of being in the right spot. So be careful, because then... Yep, I beat the pumpkin. Okay. I beat the giant pumpkin. So now that I've shown, you know, those little extra tidbits off here, we can actually go onto Wolfram Hall. And this is another level that I would say is pretty cool. It reminds me quite a bit of the Asylum Grounds from the first game, and that it's a very puzzle-heavy level. But yeah, let's see what's going on here.
Try the second compressor, Dogman. What a strange adversary Fortescue is. He's persistent, I'll give him that. And he certainly has the beating of you two. He also defeated Iron Slugger, Master.
He also defeated Iron Slugger.
You don't! I've had enough of your slimy, whiny get-at!
No matter. I'll call on my allies earlier than expected.
Aye, Balethorn. Is the time right for my glorious arrival?
Oh, yes. The timing is just perfect.
Come on, we're off.
Well, I guess that sort of explains that psychic disturbance that the professor found. And if we talk to Winston here.
Hi, Dan. The entrance seems to be guarded. I'd try and find another way in if I was you. As the professor told you about using hands, stand over one and use your head in the inventory. Try that.
Yeah, so if you didn't listen to the briefing for Wolfram Hall, this would pretty much be your indication that you can use the Dan hands. But yeah, so if we try to ring the doorbell here, this happens. We just kind of get slammed in our face. Hello, I'd be interested in food delivery. Okay, but seriously, though, we're not going to be able to actually get in this way. So what we have to do is we actually have to use the Dan hand. So we put our head in a hand, and there's this little open window that's in here. And we have a little mini stealth section of sorts. And these particularly flatulent fellas here are called Renfields. And if you're familiar with your monster mythos, you may be able to guess what comes next. And if not, then well, just wait and see. And yeah, if you get caught, then well, you'll just get thrown out. But actually, hang on a second. Yeah, so you just get thrown out, and you just gotta go back in. Now, actually, what's normally supposed to happen is if a Renfield catches you while you have the key, it's supposed to they're supposed to bash you and then take it off you. But apparently that didn't happen. In any case, though, now we just gotta go upstairs with a dumbwaiter. And if we go in here, there should be, yeah, strange little girls patrolling the area. There seem to also be green knights. But in any case, we have ourselves the front door key. So now we just bring it back to our body, and we can go inside. Here we can kind of let ourselves in, rather than get the door slammed in our face quite rudely. I should also enchant the broadsword to kind of show you what this does. So yeah, the blade is now golden, shiny, and does extra damage. Pretty handy for dealing with these green knights that are in here. Yeah, much more manageable. So now that we're a bit bigger, let's see what these girls are about. Say, but if we try to approach one, well, that's just rude. Jesus. But yeah, there's something fishy about these girls. Might have to see a bit later on. Because yeah, if we go in here, and we talk to Winston up here.
I've scouted around. The place is infested with vampires. They're immune to all weapons. You'll have to find another way of killing them. I'll explore the top floors while you deal with this one.
Vampires, huh? Oh boy, where are the Belmonts when you need them most? Apparently not here. But yeah. Renfields aren't actually that bad, though. They're a little bit defensive, but all in all, not too hard. The same thing is true with these vampire girls. You just gotta get them out your way. if we go to here, we have our introduction of vampires. And, well, I mean, I feel like if it were me, what I would do is I would shoot him in the chest with the crossbow and then use the hammer to pound it in, because that's kind of like a wooden stake, I guess, right? But, well, there is another way to deal with them. And as you can imagine, it's sunlight. No sparkling for you, my friend. And neither for you. So yeah, that's pretty much how this is going to go. This level's got a bunch of different rooms with some vampire puzzles. So this puzzle's a little more complicated, but nothing we can't manage. What's also interesting is, so I don't know why they changed it actually, because this section of the floor here, from what I recall, this has a picture of Medusa, but I don't know why they changed that. But yeah, other than that, though, it's basically just the same story. Just, you know, give these guys a good suntan. And this is kind of a cool little thing here. So, you have to use this elevator here. Basically, what you're supposed to do is you have to basically use this elevator to put the coffin into the box, and then you just bring it over to the other side. But, well, as it were, it seems that I may have messed this up a little, but that's okay. We just gotta let them go back in the coffin. And then at the very least, we can see what the vampires actually look like. They're kind of weird bat people. We just get the box out the way. Go ahead, go back to sleep. If I could just... Yep. Yeah, a little clever. And now we just let him burn. And we just gotta head this way. And this room introduces a couple of mechanics in play here. The first of which... wants to heal up a little. The first of which are these turquoise floors over here. Now, what these will do is, if you happen to get one of the coffins onto one of these platforms, as I'll show you in a second here, it'll trigger a bell and it'll wake all the vampires up. Just like this. So at this point, you just kind of get out of the way and let them go back to sleep before we can continue any further. Yep, so once they're both back asleep, we can actually start setting this room up. The way we do that is we gotta use these platforms, and we have ourselves a little prism. So this will reflect the light into two spots. One down there, and one down here. So you have a little variety of sources to how you want to approach this. What I generally like to do is I like to approach it to where I have a crate set up to be about there. Actually, then I want to set up the other one while I'm here. Yeah, so you want to be about there. Okay, good. So now what happens actually is, if we happen to push a coffin up from a certain height, it'll automatically break, but that's nothing to worry about, because you can, at that point, you can just kind of just push the vampire right into the sunlight. I don't know if I should be worried that I find their screams of anguish to be somewhat cathartic. If we go in this room, actually, there's a little secret. Because we get life ball number 7. We must have Renfield. I'm just gonna get him out the way. Now the next room, I believe, is a little more complicated. Yeah, it is. So we're just gonna set this up here. So I gotta take this box and just push it here, and then I gotta take this box. I want to sort of push it to where it's in this lane right over here. Okay. Let's move a little more forward. So we head up this way, and we let in some light. And even though it doesn't look like it, that room will act. The elevator does in fact actually lead up into the sunlight. So you want to try to approach this one at a time, though. You don't want to do both at once, otherwise you're going to be in for a bit of an annoying experience. Basically, we have to kind of just guide the guy over this way. Follow me. Okay, you do have to guide him this way, though. It can be a little tricky sometimes with this, because but they will follow you at some point. Yep. Okay. Even if I have to get hit, that doesn't matter. Oh, nope, nope. No, you don't. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna have to. I can fix this. Don't worry, I can fix this. All right. Okay, that works. Just so long as they get on the platform, that's what matters. And now we just reset the puzzle. And do it again. Preferably we don't do that. Next time. Down you go. Follow me. That was much easier. And in there we have the final puzzle. But first, chalice. Gotta make sure we get that chalice, because it's going to be pretty good. Because from what I recall, this level does have a very good reward behind it, if you happen to get all the chalices before it. The final room is I believe it's this one. Yes, it is. Okay, so this puzzle, I will admit, I never really actually physically solved it as a kid because I didn't quite understand how it works, but I believe I do now. So the main thing with this next puzzle is this diagram here. So you see that there is some of these vampire faces on here as well as these empty spaces. Now what you're supposed to do is, well, because you might take one look at this and go, okay, what the hell am I supposed to do here? But, well, the answer actually has to do with that diagram. So pretty much, it's a one-to-one of this floor here. So all you gotta do is just kind of follow it, and try to push the coffins into any of the spaces that were marked with vampire faces. Because those are the ones that will trigger the bells to activate. So we gotta push all the vampires down here. Actually, let me just double check. Let's see. Okay, so it's... Alright. So I have to worry about... I believe this one should be okay, and then... Okay. And then I gotta push it this way. And I want to watch that lighter blue one. Yep. Okay, I'm in the clear. So now the vampires are all down there, but we don't have any light to deal with them. But that's easily fixed as soon as we head up this way. So now if we just head over here, and we break down these boards, we let some light in. So now it's going to get a little bit chaotic once I jump down there myself, but not for long, because we use the lever to raise the chandelier, and when we do that, Disco Inferno. And that's the end of the level actually right over there. But as you heard in the intro of this level, though, there appears to be something beneath the hall that we're going to have to deal with. And that something is the Count.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
So actually, we definitely want to save here, because this fight I don't believe is particularly difficult, but it can get a little annoying.
Whatever's through this door is a lot worse than the stuff you've already encountered. Use your wits, not just your weapons. Reflect on what I've said.
Now, thankfully, we won't need to worry about any ammo here, so we're good. But yeah, before we jump in there, though, let's take a look around. And, yeah, that's not ominous at all. No, sir. But, in any case, if we jump in the middle here... I mean, for one thing, you look pretty cool.
What manner of creature are you to disturb the Count's sleep? Why, before me I see nothing more than a reanimated bag of armor and bone. You have done well to get this far, but the Count has walked this earth for 1,000 years, defeating hundreds stronger than you, and for 1,000 more I should...
Get on with it.
You interrupt me! For your insolence, you shall suffer beyond all imagining, my ugly little friend.
Yeah, sure, that's what they all say. But, boss time against the Count, and, pretty simple, actually. Now, vampires may not have any reflections to call their own, but what we can do, however, is we can use these mirrors and the thing here to reflect the Count's magical attacks right back at him. And he has a few different attacks. Apart from his magical blasts, he'll also do a quick flurry, and he'll also send some bats at us. So yeah, just use the mirrors, you just bait him into hitting himself, and you're good. Actually, I should have left that alone. I fixed it. Okay. So just do it a few times. Actually, let me use the copper shield. Here we go. Do it a few times, and phase 2 begins.
fought well, my bony friend, but all resistance is futile. You cannot defeat the Count.
So the fight does change a little bit. Now at this point, the Count will stop using his magical attacks and in lieu of just, the flurries and the bats. And what we also have to do is, we then have to use the mirrors to reflect the sunlight that's coming in. And it can be a little tricky though, because the Count will also be trying to kind of throw us off a little. So you want to try to get them so that they're about like there, kind of like sort of facing almost completely upwards. But the Count can also reflect, it'll move the mirrors around, so you just gotta be kind of careful what you do. And you can't be too slow, otherwise he'll just reset them all. Oh, gotta reset that one. There we go. When they're in position. You take some damage. And well, it sure looks like this Count's no longer up at bat. You gotta love how even Sir Daniel is tired of always blowhards. And then he just saunters off, like the badass he is. So, well, that's one psychic disturbance dealt with. I wonder what's going on with the other one.
Hello, Dan. You destroyed the Count. Excellent, excellent.
What's the matter?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid that we've lost all contact with Kia. She went to Whitechapel, and we haven't heard from her since.
What? I said she didn't go.
I know, it's all my fault. If anything's happened to her, I'll never forgive myself, and I don't think you'll ever forgive me, will you? We should probably go after Palethorn, but why don't you go and see if you can find her?
I mean, considering the fact that, whatever is going on in Whitechapel seems like a very significant plot point, we probably should do that. But first, Chalice Reward. And this one's really cool, actually.
Look what I've made with all that vampire juice!
From this chalice, we get the lightning. And, duly noted, vampire souls are highly electroconductive. Now, the lightning is intriguing because it is considered a ranged weapon, but you do have to get kind of close to your target in order for it to actually function. But it will home in on whatever's close by, and one thing that is unfortunately also carried over from the first game is that you can't actually buy ammo for it, so once you use the lightning up, it's gone forever. But Whitechapel, and this was, when I was a kid, this was my personal favorite level for one reason that I will show, but I will say it's also become my favorite level for different reasons now that I actually kind of understand what's going on here.
We last heard from Kia here. See if you can find her. My scans show something powerful has been collecting magic energy, so watch your back.
I would take it that's the disturbance that we heard so much about. So I guess we just got to be really careful what we do here. So we start this level off in the cemetery. And then, actually, no, let me just... Well, I guess I'd show the bomb stuff here, but... The lightning, so... Yeah, so you just hold the X button, and you just zap whatever is close by. You can also hold the square button and release it to hit multiple enemies at one time. And I think that actually might also affect the damage, too, a little bit? Make it a little bit stronger. And I love this music. It's just, this music is so good. And it's also nice though that Bob and Barn the composers for the first game also did the second, and they did a really good job with this soundtrack. Hey Winston, what's up?
Dan, I've asked around and Kia was last seen going into a nightclub. The whole area is under a curfew for some reason, so tread carefully. The last thing we need is more trouble.
And unfortunately, once I go down these steps, we're going to get into some trouble. Because, well, you have peelers. These policemen. Now, you can't actually kill them, but you can stun them. I imagine because the developers probably didn't want people going around killing officers of the law, but, well, your guess is as good as mine. Now, this level does have a sort of story behind it, and if I can help it, I want to try to do it in a certain order. Because it will actually help to tell what you're supposed to do here. So, you don't want to go that way. And yeah, pretty much all the players are really going to do is they're just going to kind of follow you around and try to beat you with their billy clubs. They can't, like, arrest you or anything. So if anything, they're more of a nuisance. Don't want to go in there yet. And I don't know about you, but I'd be a lot more concerned about the literal corpses. I mean, of course, I do know that Sir Daniel is a skeleton, and he's therefore technically a member of the undead, but I'd be a little concerned about the zombies if I were you. Because, you know, it's not like Sir Daniel has a jaw to, you know, eat flesh and brains. Oh, we just grab our chalice over here. Now, there's a certain... Basically, there's a certain building we want to go into first. I believe it's... Is it this way? I do get a little lost in here sometimes, admittedly. So let's see... I think it is this way, actually. Yep, okay, yes it is. Okay. So let's do some zombies over here. And we can push this box, and we can go inside this house. And if we poke around in here a little bit, well, first of all, some healing is nice. And we use our Dan hand to go in this little crawl space. And we step on this button. It reveals a hidden secret. We also want to bash a couple of these crates because in the corner of this room here, we get a library key. And behind the bookcase that we just moved here, we get a unicorn. Actually, no, this is the Griffin shield. There is also a unicorn shield in here, though. We'll find it later on. So in the library, let's see what this book says. This house belonged to Isabod Brunel, noted industrialist and socialist. He was one of the richest men of his age. He made his fortune in producing mechanical toys. After a number of unexplained accidents, he was thrown to his death while demonstrating the safety of his infamous steam-powered rocking pony. Many monuments exist throughout the city, and he's buried within Whitechapel Cemetery. If we go up here, we get what I presume is Isabod's club membership card. And that's one of 3 things we'll actually need in order to complete this sort of main puzzle level, which is getting into the club. The second thing we can find, actually, or rather that we'll need, is actually, you can get to it through that apothecary that I passed by a couple times. Yeah, this building here that has the sort of green potion symbol above it. Let's go to the basement. I don't know about you, but I'd be a little concerned about people potentially stealing from me this way, because, I mean, this is, it's a pretty big hole. But in any case, we can go into this little tailor shop over here. And if we go into this changing booth, watch this. This is actually pretty funny. I mean, that's about as Jack Skellington as it gets. So we get a dinner suit. So now surely we can go in here, right? I mean, we're dressed for the occasion, we have a membership card. What are we missing?
Hold it, please, sir. That's not your card, is it, sir? You haven't got a beard.
Darn. Well, being that we don't really have the time nor the hair follicles to grow one, we're gonna have to find another solution to that problem. Now is it this way? I believe it is this way, actually. Now at this point we're looking for a statue. Yep, and here it is. So now, the reason why this was my favorite level when I was a kid is actually because of this, because I thought this puzzle was actually kind of cool. Now what you have to do here is, you have to go into this little courtyard of sorts. And I'll go in there in just a bit, but first... There's going to be zombies here. I'm going to step on this button in front of the statue. So once we do this, these projectors are going to light up. So now we got to turn them all so that they're kind of facing this, well, this object in the middle. And what we want to do is we want to kind of use these buttons here to change the lenses on the projectors so that the light turns white. And to do that, we just got to do one of each color. Okay, just like that. And if we're doing this, obtain the unicorn shield. And if you'll recall, that book in Isabod's house said that he was buried in the cemetery, and presumably that statue was a monument of him, and that's a very fine-looking beard he's got, isn't it? Well, as it happens, actually, we have these two shields. So if we go back, so now if we go back into the cemetery, and we approach this really ornate-looking mausoleum over here, we put down the two shields, and we can go inside. And here we have ourselves a mini-boss encounter. But first, well, we gotta deal with some zombies. Because once we deal with these guys, Isabod himself will wake from the dead. And he's actually kind of durable. And while we're fighting him, zombies will also be infinitely spawning here. So this is where the lightning actually can come in pretty handy. And for killing him, well, we get his beard. That's this game for you. Kill a rich dude, get his beard. And we're wearing it. That's cute. So now, if we go back down, you'll notice that the peelers have stopped bothering us. And this is pretty much your indication to know when you're actually able to enter the club, which I feel really kind of defeats the entire point of a curfew, but who am I to judge? So yeah, now we approach the door.
Good evening. In you go, sir.
We can go in and go talk to Madame Jojo without any problems. But wait a second. Key is missing. We're in Whitechapel, and there's a curfew in effect. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something very important? Well, anyway.
Good stranger, you look for the Egyptian one.
I did not think that was going to block her face like that. Okay.
He's been working through all my girls. I think she's gone to find him. I tried to stop her, but she's a headstrong girl. If she means anything to you, you better find her before it's too late. Quick, hurry to the clock tower. But before you go, fortify yourself with this.
Oh. I don't want to ask about where you're keeping that, but either way, life ball number 8. And, brain. Either that's a sign of London weather, or I'm really gonna have to haul butt. So now, actually, if we go back to where that statue was, if I can remember, hold on. I'm almost turned around. Here we go. So now we've done this, however, and we have the chalice in hand. Well, these giant doors over here have now opened. And if we go through here... Oh no. Oh. Oh my god! They killed Kia! Well, I guess we have to go get the professor the bad news, don't we?
Well, did you find her?
Tell him gently.
And? Oh no! Oh no! She's dead, and it's all my fault. I'll never be able to forgive myself. Anyway, I'm picking up some bizarre signals from the cathedral. We must investigate.
No, not me. I'll quit.
No, Dan, that's just what he wants. If we give up now, all of London will be his, and with London, the rest of the Empire will follow.
He can have it. I don't care.
Dan!
Oh, come on. Give the guy some space. He just witnessed someone get their soul ripped out right in front of him. I mean, that's gonna hurt either way. I mean, doesn't matter who you are. That hurts.
The professor asked me to
But in any case, though, there's a silver lining, and we get the blunderbuss.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
And here's the thing with the blunderbuss. Hold on just a sec. A couple things actually, but first of all, let's equip it. Oh, zombies! This is my boomstick! Because, yeah, this thing is basically just a shotgun. I also love how it even makes the kind of pump-action shotgun noises, even though anyone and their mother who knows how a blunderbuss works will tell you that's not what it does. Because, you know, there's a whole process where you gotta replace the powder and the pellets and all that nonsense. But in this game, though, that's not the case. And this thing basically follows what I would call video game shotgun rules. Which is to say that in order to deal lots of damage, which this thing can in fact deal pretty much, as far as I'm concerned, the single highest per shot damage of any weapon in the game, you do have to get close. And, well, we don't have anywhere else to go down, so we just gotta jump down. And, that little guy seems to want us to follow him. So let's do that. And, well, once we do that, guess who's back? Yep, the Octomator's return, and they're as annoying as ever, because, well, these sewer rams are some pretty worthy, hosts for them. But thankfully, the blunderbuss just sends him packing. So if we continue to follow this little dude over here. Oh golly, it looks like they have themselves a full subterranean village. Now, who's that handsome-looking skeleton? And hello.
Is it true the Great One-Eye has come to save us? Well, Great One, you see, we were once a happy tribe, singing and dancing. That was until the Great Beast came and lured away all our women.
I see.
Now the only song we sing is a sad one. We have lost the taste for battle and the will to live. Great God, can you restore our women to us? If you can, you will be well rewarded.
Well, it sure seems like we're not the only ones with some lady trouble around here. So, what have we got to lose? Let's give them a hand. And, there's something actually kind of funny in this chest. And it's in this chest we get the gold shield, which is the best shield in the game, although I can imagine that at this point Sterngard must be fuming that his precious magical shield has been reduced to a mere chest reward. But in any case, though, the gold shield is the best shield in the game. Do not let what material science says to you. Because, well, it has the highest integrity of any shield in the game, and you can also bring it to the Spiv to get it fixed if it gets damaged. And as far as I'm aware, actually, the price was actually reduced from the first game, so that's pretty nice. And not to mention, you can also, replay this level, and you can just get another gold shield completely for free. So now what we have to do is, well, we have to go. Let's help these Mullocks around because these guys are actually called Mullocks. Let's give them a hand with their trouble, and maybe they'll be able to help us in some way. So let's grab these Octimators. Well, if these guys could stop blocking, that'd be good. Some big game hunting. And thankfully, actually, though, you can't kill the Mullocks. You can only stun them. Apparently, I guess there was a third one that I didn't see. That's alright. Get over here! Okay, fine. Fine, be annoying. Actually, let me just use the sword. Or they can get possessed again. Yeah, have I mentioned these guys are annoying? Because they're annoying. I probably shouldn't shed the broadsword to make this faster, but that's okay. Get over here. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, the blunderbuss is technically kind of the great-granddad of the modern-day shotgun, so it makes sense, I suppose. But here, actually, we have a really kind of cool bit of game design. So ordinarily, these shallow pools here wouldn't be much trouble for Dan, but well, if you're the Dan hand... Yep. This pool of water is unfortunately too deep for us. So we just do this little crack in the door here, and, well, we have a little platforming section. Actually, maybe I should do it with Octimators in the other room first. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Get off me! I am not your puppet. I said I'm not your puppet. Get off me. Irksome pests. Okay. So now we step on this button here, and the door opens. Okay, yep, button, there we go. And if I could just grab you. Okay. Now through this way, get ourselves in a pretty cute little puzzle. So we just gotta put the Dan hand through here, and we stick him in this pipe. And if we go in the next room, all we gotta do is basically we have to just sort of transport the Dan hand to the other side here using these pipes. Just hit the lever, and it'll rotate the sections one by one. simple, but a little cumbersome at the same time. Almost there. One more should do it. Okay, so now we step on this button, and then move all the pipes into place so that the body can get up there. If we go this way... Well, actually, I want to get this gold here. And if we head here...
Oh, I've been looking for you. It may be time to see what the Spiv's got for you. You might find it extremely interesting.
Well, let's take a look for ourselves. Hello there, friendly neighborhood arms dealer. What have you got? I see a poster for something. And, well, in the next room we have a tentacle. As well as our first Mullock girl. Now all you have to do is basically just kind of beat the tentacle up. And once you do that, the girl is free. And I don't know about you guys, but if I saw one of those things coming out of my toilet bowl, the first thing I'm doing is I'm reaching for the dynamite. But yeah, so that's pretty much just how this level is going to go. We gotta go around the level, and we have to free all the girls. Preferably we also don't do that. Well, we do get some energy vials, though, so that more or less completely covered for that. That's I'm using the shotgun. You have angered me, and for that, I shall now whip out the boomstick. Okay. I'm better now. So actually, I believe actually the axe will do a little better for this, oddly enough. Yeah, so some of these tentacles will come out more than one pipe here. So basically, in that case, all we have to do is kind of just listen for whichever pipe the rumbling comes out the loudest. I think there should be a way to get... Actually, I should be able to jump up there. Because I feel like there's actually a way to get up to there, like, without using these jumps, but I can use the jumps. Thankfully, this tentacle only comes out of one pipe here, so it's not as annoying. And we're more than halfway done. If I can just carefully make my way down here. This will effectively loop back around to where the Mullock settlement is. So now we've gone one way, we can now go the other way. And the chalice in this level is quite cleverly hidden, and I'm not entirely sure what, like, when you see for yourselves, like, you won't, like, I'm not entirely sure what the clue is that you're supposed to, like what the tell is that you're supposed to know what to do here, other than just trial and error, I guess, but yeah. Unfortunately, these sewer rams are a bit more annoying to deal with than the Mullocks, because these rams have some pretty thick heads on them. Where are you? Whereas these big guys are just kind of blocking all my blocking my view, if that's okay. Where'd they go? There we go. So So now we have to go ahead and bash our way out here, and these rams are the way to do that. Just kind of lead them into a wall, and they'll bash their way, and they'll bash through. I mean, if you don't have the same pipe, that works for me. Okay, now we switch pipes. One more to go. And it's actually a good thing I saved this one for last, because there's a certain reason. I mean, if I can pin you with the corner, that works for me. Especially if we get rid of the occumators faster. Okay. So now, actually, if we use one of the sewer rams to bash through this wall, we can go in there. But first, if we climb up here, we get life bottle number 9. Now in here, we have our last Mullet girl. And there's something else in this room as well. Actually, I definitely axe here, because this is the point here where the tentacles will start taking one hit before they duck into the pipes. So you want to try to do as much damage as you can with melee weapons. Especially with this pipe, because it's the loudest. So the girl is freed. You'll see here that we have a Dan hand that we can use. And, well, what we have to do is, if we go into the central pipe, that's where the chalice is. And to me, I feel like maybe this is a little bit too cryptic, because the thing with the pipes is the Dan hand can technically enter any of them, and what they'll do is they'll actually just kind of transport you on the level. And how you're supposed to know that this one specific one is the one that has the chalice in it, I don't entirely get. But in any case, we head through here, and we've looped back around once more. So now if we return to the Mullet King, now that we've freed all the girls, this happens. Yay, happy times.
Oh, great one! You have saved us by the powers of the Time Stone. I declare we are a whole tribe once more. Will you stay and defend us from future attack?
No, I have to return to the surface. How do I get back?
Very well. I will return you to the water's edge, where transport will be waiting. Here, take your reward.
And those of you that have actually played, at least 3 of you that have played the first game or have seen my playthrough of the first game, might know that Dan sounds a bit strange compared to how he used to. And it's actually because MediEvil 2 is a bit of an exception where he's actually voiced by someone different. Now, ordinarily, Dan is voiced by Jason Wilson. But in this game, and only this game, he's voiced by Mark Silk instead. Who, actually, now I think about it, voices quite a few characters in this game. Which is actually sort of funny. But in any case, here, we ride this little raft. And we go back to the professor's lab. Now, actually, I didn't really look at this book over here, did I? Because actually, there is a book behind the professor's little workbench here. Let me actually read this. Lifestyles of the Pharaoh. Although viewed as gods and goddesses, a pharaoh's life was often a short and arduous affair. Many, such as Ramesses II, would take a number of mistresses as well as a wife. Keeping all of the women happy could prove such an arduous task that many were driven to an early grave. Level of Egyptian society. If a slave girl caught a pharaoh's eye, she could quickly be elevated to the royal court. This was a fate not without complications, however. Due to the pharaoh's intense interest in mummification, many on their deathbeds took their mistresses with them to ease their existence in the afterlife. Many examples of consort tombs exist, the greatest of which has been rebuilt brick by brick in the Great Museum. The tomb of Abu Simbel, contains the mortal remains of Princess Kia, Ramesses II's last mistress. The parchments of the time reveal that the king died before the relationship was consummated. One can only imagine her feelings as the joy at being plucked from abject poverty was replaced by the misery of playing nursemaid to a randy 80-year-old, and how the joy of his death must have been replaced by the misery of following him to the grave. Well, I mean, I guess as it is right now, I guess she's been granted eternal peace, maybe? But anyway, now that we've got back to the lab here, the professor's little shack has opened up. And if we go inside...
Damn! I had almost given up hope. We still have a little time left to defeat Palethorn. If he gets the last pages of the spellbook, then...
Professor, what then?
I don't know. Never seen it before. It's a poster of one of my earliest experiments. The time machine doesn't work, though. Complete waste of time.
I'm going.
No, we must focus on defeating Palethorn. I'm sorry about Kieran, I really am, but it's too late to worry about her now. All right. I've been economical with the truth. I knew it was Palethorn all along. We used to be friends. That was before the expedition of 78. Ever wondered how I got these hands? Well, it's all in my diary over there. But the machine, it's still at the museum. It's probably smashed, though. Anyway, I never could get it to do anything other than move through space. Like I said, waste of time. Oh.
All you had to say was that there was time travel involved, and Sir Daniel jumped at the opportunity. For the final chalice level in the game, the time machine, and for completing the sewers with the chalice, we obtain the magic sword.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
And yes, I'm absolutely saving. Because the magic sword, it sort of goes without saying, is the best melee weapon in the game. And I do think it's also kind of a funny detail how both final chalice levels in MediEvil 1 and 2 have something to do with time. First game has the time device, and in this level, in this game, we have the time machine. But anyway, the magic sword is, again, this thing is astounding. Not only does it look incredibly cool, but it also completely replaces the broadsword. And we're going to need it, because the enemies in here can be a little tricky. Here we have shielded armored knights, and they're basically the Green Knights, except that, well, they use these shields. But again, they're not too much of a concern. And it seems we've gone through that door where we fought the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's cool. Now if we go in here, well, this looks to be the time machine, but let's see what this says. Kift's amazing confabulating chronochair. The chronochair prototype, patented by one Hamilton Kift, is a revolutionary machine that enables a person to part the veils of time and visit either past or future. Imagine all the undiscovered wonders of the world that the machine could show us, if only it worked. The professor himself says, "Yes, unfortunately it's true. Everything I've sent through time has always returned, only somewhat funnier than when it left." Well, if the time machine is in pieces, then, well, I guess it's up to us to find them. And thankfully this, well, I guess spoiler, this is another multi-part stage, but this part is actually pretty simple. One of the pieces can actually be found in this little space exhibit over here. In this little diorama. It's just a pretty simple platforming puzzle. Just gotta jump on these satellites and ride this one to obtain our first time machine piece. The other two are on the upper floor, but first, actually, let's see what this book says. In the next few years, giant space beacons will orbit the Earth, ushering in a new and glorious age of radiophonic communication. The telephone and the wireless will be made obsolete by the introduction of small hats that beam the information direct to the brain. Watch out, Columbia. Watch out, Rapture. Victorian London is coming for your booties. So now, the other two rooms here we can visit are Well, actually, it's the time room. On here, go to space. Space! And, well, looks to be the moon. Moon exhibit. By the year 1910, the moon will become part of the Great Colonial Empire. Tourists will go on day trips, where they will be able to visit the countless gift shops and tea rooms. The more intrepid will be able to go on safaris to hunt the various vicious moon beasts that litter its cheesy surface. For a sneak preview, gaze in wonder at this accurate reconstruction of the lunar world. That we'll need the Dan hand for. So we just stick a little Dan hand in this little diorama here, and we stand on one of these buttons. And what these will do is, we'll send a little Martian animatronic out. And what we have to do is, we have to basically kind of goad these Martians into shooting the rocket. And once we do so, it'll blow a piece off. And apparently destroy them. And I don't know if I should be concerned that even the animatronics apparently had souls. Reminds me of another certain game series. I'm gonna shoot the rocket. There we go. Now, you don't actually have to kill all of the, you don't have to destroy all the rocket pieces, but I'll just do it anyway. And I should also say, the chalice in this level is weird. It is extremely weird. I don't really know how else to explain it other than the chalice in this level is weird. Because, well, trust me, it is. And finally, we have the contact room, where the music apparently just goes silent. Okay, cool. The Celestial Grammar Horn. In the quest to expand the Empire, the greatest scientific minds have devised the Celestial Grammar Horn. It will blast out the national anthem to the farthest reaches of outer space. When the aliens hear such a wonderfully stirring piece, they are sure to have no qualms about pledging their allegiance to our glorious Queen Victoria. So, is someone going to tell them that sound waves don't travel so good through the empty vacuum of space, or do we let them find that out on their own? In any case, though, once we approach this, it's basically just a game of Simon Says. Just copy what you see. I believe this will go up to like 8 sequences. So it's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one up top. The patterns tend to be kind of samey there, so it's thankfully not so difficult. Okay. Huh. Well, I'll be. I guess maybe it worked after all. But, well, we get our third time machine piece. And with all the pieces in hand, well, we can go back to the time machine and we can see about getting it working again. So now, nothing really to it, but to just kind of fix it. And I gotta say that this thing actually looks really cool. It's very, H.G. Wells. I do think it's also kind of astounding how Sir Daniel just somehow knows how this thing works. But well, we kick it into high gear. And everything is getting all wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. And we're back in the sewers? And you may be wondering, Wait a second, what are we doing back here? Weren't we just in the sewers? Well, here's the thing. Well, first, actually, because, you know, Winston's going to prompt me to save.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
Well, as you recall, the Mullah King said something very intriguing about a certain time stone. And, well, the way that I've always looked at this series of events is that, well, the time machine itself is more of a glorified teleporter in its current state, so we need something to give it a little bit of an extra kick. And the time stone is just what we need. And it's at this point, though, that things seem a bit tense compared to how it used to be. And my guess is that maybe, like, the Mullocks are a little bit upset that Sir Daniel kind of sort of lied to them. Or maybe they sense some sort of intent. And well, if we go into this shack over here, and we jump down here, well, I guess that's what it is. So if we try to take it, it's a trap. And unfortunately, we have unfortunately made ourselves some new enemies. So now the level changes quite a bit. Because at this point, all the Mullocks are now hostile toward us. But then again, you would be too, I imagine, if your so-called god just happened to steal your precious artifact. But now we just gotta make our way back up top.
Stealing the time stone won't make you popular with the Mullocks.
No kidding.
Hurry back to the time machine and try and save Kia.
So we just step on this little button here, and the cage comes up. And I gotta say, that has to be a pretty inconvenient system, because, like, how would they even press this button normally? Because it's inside of, like, a fireplace. Huh. But yeah, so again, we can't really kill the Mullocks, we can only stun them, but I'm just gonna kind of just get out of here. Because there's not much point in fighting them. What we have to do, however, is... Well, we can't get in this building because we need the king's key, but if we beat up one of his guys outside, you'll see that he has something very intriguing on him. But again, if we beat up the king, we get his key, and we can go in the shack. Now I'm going to hurry to the back room over here because... Well, actually, first of all, it would help if I had my head. Let me just go grab my head. Okay, so we just get our head back. And now if we go into the king's little shack... You'll see that there's another changing booth. And if we go into this one, we get some good lightning, as well as the king's garb. And, okay. There is no way this should possibly work. Because, I mean, come on. Anyone can tell that there is a noticeable height difference. And not to mention, the king is literally right there. There is no physical way this disguise should work, and yet it does. Which, you know, I just find that hysterical. I really do. But in any case, now if we head over this way... Actually, not this way. If we head this way... Let me talk to Winston here.
Them crafty Mullocks have hidden the time machine on the island. Only someone wearing the king's hat can summon that boat over there. See what you can do.
All I have to say is... Literally how? Do you mean to tell me that these little guys all managed to get that huge time machine onto that little island while we were down there. I mean, okay. I'll suspend my disbelief for just a moment. But in any case, now that we have the King's Garb, well, we can ring the bell and go back to the time machine. Now you'll notice that we haven't seen the chalice anywhere, and like I said, this level has a very weird chalice. And now we've on to part 3 of the level, in which we actually do the saving that we were supposed to do before. So with it's now with the time stone, it looks like we're not too late.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
And yeah, we absolutely want to save because the upcoming boss fight can be kind of tricky. Let me just make sure we're stocked up before we do anything. Okay, for this, we're going to enchant the thing here. Oh, actually, I just realized I missed something. Hold on. Don't worry, I'll show this off. So, yep. This time, we're actually not too late. Although, he appears to be giving us a bit of a death stare. For the boss time against the Ripper. Of course, whether or not his name is actually Jack remains to be seen, but, well, we gotta fight him anyway. So, put simply, this guy can be kind of brutal. What you gotta do is, you just gotta kind of let him run around, and then, when he goes to try to grab Kia, that's where Kia start whacking at him. And this is actually interesting because I think this is the only instance in both games where we have a total of 3 health bars on screen. One for Dan, one for the boss, and one for Kia. Now, what you're supposed to do is, you're supposed to use that good lightning that you found to transfer your health energy into Kia to keep her alive. But, well, I don't actually need it for this fight. Though I guess I will actually show this off. So you just do that, and you heal her up. Again. Alright. We just keep away from him for long enough. So at this point, he'll do a little desperation attack. Let me just replace my shield quickly before I take too much damage. There we go. And if you try to attack him here, you'll notice that he stops on 1 HP. Now, there's a certain weapon that you can actually obtain in Whitechapel, actually, that I forgot to pick up, that will actually circumvent that. So actually, once I'm done here, I'm going to show you that. I will show that weapon. All this, it's nothing to worry about. Just kind of poke him. And down he goes.
Mercy, honourable knight. Spare me.
Fatality. And yeah, the game just kind of gives you the chalice with no explanation. And hey, they're good looking. Wait, what are you doing? Oh no, you've doomed us all! But actually, no. What a good thing is that we totally didn't just destroy the space-time continuum. So yeah, there's one final chalice level. There's one final chalice road that we have to get, and well, we have a magic sword. We basically have a shotgun. We have magical lightning bolts. So what else could this game possibly have that's worth all 10 chalices? And the answer is, well, it's a doozy. I'll tell you that much.
This will be the weapon of your dreams, Dan. The Gatling gun. Awesome destructive power at the touch of a button.
Oh boy. I am heavy weapons, Dan. And this is my weapon. And I have to say here, okay, I'm willing to suspend my disbelief at the fact that Sir Daniel Fortescue, a skeleton with basically no muscles to speak of, is able to lift a giant thing like the magic sword or the hammer with one hand. But now you mean to tell me that he's able to lift this thing that looks to be almost entirely made of metal, and is also able to fire it to the point where it has basically no recoil whatsoever. I mean, but then again, though, I remember this is the same universe where Cockney Satan, a bargain bin werewolf, and a guy who's basically just Voldemort with a top hat and a tail, all fly around in a magical rocket car, and suddenly this doesn't seem so weird. So yeah, the Gatling gun is as fun as it sounds. It deals pretty low damage per shot, but it makes up for it with sheer volume of fire. And not to mention, this thing has a max ammo capacity of 999 rounds. So yeah, it's this thing is the undisputed king of staggering the crap out of whatever it hits. And actually, there's another funny detail I want to show off on here. So if we kind of zoom in on Dan's face while he's firing it, let me see if I can show this off here. Yeah, hold on. Let me just angle the camera right. Hold on. Let me do it. Yeah. Yeah, he's totally having fun using this thing, I bet. And also, man, I love the sound. I love the sound this thing makes when it fires. It is just so cathartic. But in any case.
Oh, you found her then. Good, good. I knew she'd come to no harm. There's no time for this lovey-dovey stuff. Things are looking grim. I'm picking up a bizarre signal from...
Cathedral Spires, where Pale is looking for the final pages of the spell book.
Yes, Cathedral Spires. How did you know that? Come to think of it, where did you get that newfangled armor from?
Beats me.
Looks to be made of the same material as your shield. Interesting. Should afford you much greater protection. Right, the mission is simple. We have to find that page of the spell book before Palethorn, or else all of London will be his, and we've lost.
So actually though, but before we go to the final level of the game here, I do actually want to quickly sweep one thing up here. So actually, there is one thing that I accidentally skipped in Whitechapel that I should show off on here. Don't worry, I'll try to make this quick. So, anyway, in this case, though, not only have we obtained the Gatling gun for completing the time machine, we've also obtained the super armor. And you may have noticed here that, well, since we obtained it, our health gauge has a golden outline as opposed to the regular white one. Now, what the super armor will effectively do is, it will sponge up 500 points worth of regular damage before Sir Daniel will start losing health again. And that's cool and all, but, the only problem is, Hochi Mama, this thing is expensive to fix. Because you can restore 100 of its integrity for 150 gold for a total price tag of 750. And again, I have like 1052, so that's pretty much almost all my cash just to fix this. And it's cool and all, it's a very cool feature, I will admit. But the thing I find disappointing is, you get it like at the literal end of the game, where you can expect the enemies to be pretty beefy. So whether or not it's worth it, it remains to be seen. I mean, I feel like if I were in charge of making this game, I would reduce the price down to like 100 maybe. Because, again, the enemies in the next level are going to be pretty strong. And there's a host of other problems that you'll encounter. Because I have some words, some key words about the next level, but I'll save them for when we get there. Actually have this. I should pick up the shield over here, just to have a backup. And it's an actually, I guess I can also show this off from here. So what's funny is, even if you do have the super armor, the Dura suit, I believe, will actually, like, just completely and utterly, like, I believe it will override it, actually. Appearance-wise, anyway. So actually, let me just get in here and heal a little bit. Okay. Now back outside, actually, we want to go back to that statue of Isabod that we saw before. Because that's where the secret thing is. If I get the gold. There we go. The depth perception is a little wonky here. It's incredible how I was able to fit that huge clunky suit of armor under that really fancy suit. Okay, so now we have this way, and we head into this room, or this little house over here. Yeah. I meant to go in here earlier, actually, because there is something in this place. So in this chest, we obtain the flaming crossbow. Oh, Raven Hooves must be rolling in his grave at the fact that, well, the flaming option in this game is a crossbow instead. And, yeah, so if you actually use the crossbow against the Ripper, I imagine it's because of the damage over time that it does. You can actually use that to completely skip his 1 HP desperation phase. Would help maybe if I turn the protectors on first. So yeah, it doesn't matter which protector gives which color, just so long as the end result is white. I made sure to get the shield, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. So now dealing with Isabod should be a little bit simpler. Now that we have a really huge sword. Not to mention basically a Gatling gun, or a minigun, I should say. I will still use the lightning though, actually, because it's definitely quicker. And plus, I actually want to save the Gatling gun for the next stage. Because trust me, I'm going to need it. Yeah, you can even see for yourself just how tanky Isabod actually is when you don't use like the lightning.
Good evening. In you go, sir.
Why, thank you.
Good stranger, you look for the Egyptian one. She was here. I told her what's been happening, but the Ripper, he's been working through all my girls. I think she's gone to find him. I tried to stop her, but she's a headstrong girl. If she means anything to you, you better find her before it's too late. Quick, hurry to the clock tower. But before you go, fortify yourself with this.
And being that we already received the life bottle from here, should just give us an energy vial instead. But regardless, I don't want to ask where you're keeping that. course, the pillars will leave us alone, but the zombies won't. But we can always just ignore them. Now, I believe, actually, I should be able to just go straight to the next level after I exit here. And indeed we can. Okay.
Well, you seem to know more about this place than I do, so there's no point in briefing you, is there?
I mean, there's no need to be snide about it, but still. But yeah, anyway. Cathedral Spires is the final level of the game, and it's another multi-part stage. And this is the point in the game where not only do the kid gloves come off, but they're also promptly chucked into the nearest furnace. And I mean this sort of literally because this next level is hell. It is physically and metaphorically hell. So yeah, I am absolutely going to want to save for this. On the bright side, though, this level looks so damn cool. You know, when I hear people compare MediEvil 2 to Bloodborne, I really see what they're talking about. Because yeah, this is pretty much about as Bloodborne as it gets. In any case, we talked to Winston.
Imprisoned within are a number of souls. The cathedral seems to be drawing its demonic power from them. Free them, and we might stand a chance. If you see the spiv, you might want to charge up your super armor.
Okay, and we'll do just that. But first, we get ourselves a gold shield in this chest, and if you climb up top here, we can talk to the spiv. And yeah, like I said, it's 150 gold to replenish 100 of the super armor's integrity, which I feel is a bit much, but I'll still pay it anyway, just to kind of show it. And yeah, you can also buy more flint crossbow bolts. And yeah, what's also nice though is that the Gatling gun is pretty affordable. For 40 gold, you get 50 rounds, and I think I'm pretty much good with that. Oh yeah, that said though, fall damage does not apply to the super armor, so yeah, it's only regular damage, not fall damage. But over here, we get our first lost soul, and I don't entirely like the sounds that thing is making at me, but we'll pick it up anyway. So yeah, there's 12 of these guys. There's 12 of these angel fellas. And up here... And I gotta say, it has to be quite a kick in Dan's non-existent nuts to see these things again, considering pretty much the entire point of him basically turning Castle Peregrine into a volcanic bomb is to make sure that these things didn't conquer Gallowmere, which, you know, which I guess they succeeded in the end, but the fact that these guys are back, well, that's gotta hurt. So yeah, anyway, now if we try to come up here, you'll see that there's this cauldron that's about to dump some boiling oil on us. But well, if you hold the shield button, you can stop yourself from getting knocked off. And here we just gotta be patient and kind of wait for the fire to go out. It's just simple timing. But you have to be careful because that fire can and will push you off the edge. And again, continuing with the theme of really vertical levels. I know I don't technically have to kill them because this level doesn't have a chalice, but I mean, I feel like it only makes sense to do so. Yeah, that's what I mean. You gotta be careful. So I'm just gonna wait here a sec. kind of let the cycle repeat. Oh. No, 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 stop, stop, stop. Okay. Oh, oh, darn it. Oh. No, so that's just me being impatient. I can do it. Actually, first things first, though, actually, I may want to use a different shield, because, basically, though, if you don't shield yourself from the oil, you will get knocked off the ladder, so you gotta be careful. I think I should be good here. Yep. Okay, and we can go on. And we've reached the top of the, and we've reached, you know, the little rooftops. We get our second lost soul over here, and, well, there's two more in these opposite rooms here. Doesn't really matter which one we go in, so eeny, meeny, miny, this one. And one more Shadow Demons, but we have a machine gun. I will say, though, that these guys are definitely much beefier they also were than the first game, too, because the Winged Shadow Demons were kind of a cakewalk. I mean, though I guess it makes sense, though, that, you know, the enemies in the last level of the game would be particularly durable. But that's okay. In that case, actually, let's make use of our blunderbuss. I think I should be close enough to deal good damage to them. Yeah, it's not as effective as the sheer bullet hose that is the Gatling gun, but that's okay. This will work for now. And the flaming crossbow, as you imagine, you know, it just kind of, you know, sets things on fire. It's also pretty fortunate that that this ever-present rain isn't putting the fire out. But still, man, talk about atmospheric. I mean, you know, if this level wasn't as much of a pain in the neck as it was, it would honestly be my favorite level among both games, because it's just because this level just looks so cool. Okay, that's that. Now, we want to head over this. Now, the way we're supposed to go actually is up there, but we can instead go this way. Because we obtain life ball number 10. And we fall, apparently. Now, there's a spiv out here somewhere, actually, that you can recharge your armor and also get some more stuff here. But except I appear to have... Now, there's a cauldron in kind of an annoying spot here, actually. It's like right here. Yeah. Yeah, kind of a pain. And well, now L5 souls. Well, first, actually, I do want to get my my armor fixed if I can help it, and I also want to get some more ammo. Or actually, I guess I can't really afford to get my armor fixed. But in any case, though, we just have to go to the back here. And we also got a nice little healy spot for our troubles. So let me just go ahead and go grab some shield. There we go. So now we get to a very infamous level. Cathedral Spires: The Descent. And,
All right, Dan, you've come a long way. I'd save if I was you.
yes, I will. As a matter of fact, I will. Because there is something I'm going to say here. All things considered, you're probably looking at what I've done so far, and you're like, you know, honestly, you've been doing just fine so far. But, so, what I'm about to say next may come as a bit of a shock, but this is the truth. I am expecting to get at least one game over here. And I'm sure looking at my HP and you're like, oh, you're overreacting. No. This level is something else. And the main enemy of the level, it's not the Armored Knights, it's not the demons in here. The main enemy of this level is this freaking chandelier. It may not make sense right now, but trust me when I say this chandelier is, well, I guess that's an example of it, because, yeah, this chandelier is wicked. And not from the way that you might think. I might as well just get rid of the enemies in here just to kind of get them out the way. But yeah, this level is a pain in the royal keister. It basically makes whatever was challenging about the ghost chip and the pools of the ancient dead, and it makes it somehow worse. Now, if I could just get to the boy. Yeah, it's at this point you may see what I'm talking about. Because, yeah, you do have to get those souls. If the camera could please cooperate. Oh, camera. Chill. Chill out, camera. Yep, this is what I'm talking about. Now, it's at this point that I should mention, this is not even the worst part of this level. And no, I'm not joking when I say that. Yes, this level does get kind of worse. But okay, at the very least, we're past this part of the level, which is... it's a small victory, but it's a victory I shall nevertheless take. So now, as far as we want to go, I believe... actually, no. I do want to go in this room first, because I believe there is some... there's something we're gonna... Yep, there's a lost soul in here. And here, we have demon dogs. And these guys, you know, now that I look at them, you know what they kind of remind me of, actually? They kind of look like Vince Clortho and Zool from Ghostbusters. Yeah, that seems sort of, I guess, you know, dog-like look about them. Take your eye lasers and shove them somewhere where they don't belong. Just get them out of my face. Because, yeah, we dealt with the chandelier, and now we have to deal with this part. So there's something actually we want to get in there. There's another chandelier we have to ride, unfortunately. And if we go up here, and we... well, if I could not fail that jump, that would help. Okay. Now can I make the jump? Here we go. We got a golden cog. And we're going to need that in just a little bit. First, let's get rid of these demons. Well, the frame rate seems to be tanking for whatever reason. I don't know why. Actually, I guess the lightning could work too. There we go, much better. So now we gotta make some pretty tricky jumps here. Thankfully, these rollers actually also can't hurt you. They'll just kind of push you around a little. I also really don't like how little my health is getting, but well, I may just have to deal with it. Because there are some health fountains, I believe, somewhere around here, but not too many, unfortunately. The last one should actually be down here, and also down here is the 11th and final life bottle of the game. Well, it's in the room up here. Yep, there it is. Life ball number 11, as well as the 12th and final lost soul. And we try to go in here, well, we gotta deal with some more demons. Perfect. And well, we have ourselves some cogs, and well, first of all, healing spot. Ah, sweet, beautiful heals. How I have missed you. Okay, so anyway, we used that golden cog that we found earlier. So now, if we hit this lever, the adjacent room will rotate. What we want to do is want to kind of just put it like that. So now bring the Dan hand into this room. Can hop in here. And we go down here. And we have ourselves a nice little fun platforming section as the Dan hand. We got our second golden cog. And we have to kind of jump into this one over here, because this one will fling us out here. And with this golden cog in hand, we can rotate the room again. And you'll see that there's another set of cogs. So what we want to do is we want to rotate the room so that these are right side up. So now we just put the golden cog on the empty peg. And the lever for this one is actually in a different spot. And it appears to be... The lever is, yeah, right there. So we're going to have to rotate the room again in order to actually use these cogs. So 2 more hits should do it. Alright. So now we can get to the lever over here. And this lever will rotate the room that's adjacent to this one. And you want to make sure that it's kind of right set up like this. So if we go here, and we climb down here. Now, here's the thing about this level. Now, admittedly, you know, this level has been a bit of a challenge so far, but the challenge is only going to get worse, unfortunately, because in this room is... well, you'll see. So with the Lost Souls, we can defeat the Bad Soul, which is... yeah, it's literally just called the Bad Soul, but anyway. We vanquish the Bad Soul into the pits of eternal fire, and we get the spell page. But Oh dear. So yeah, now we have to deal with a very strict escape timer. Because, yeah, this part is not fun. Because this timer, if you ask me, is way too strict. So now this one we have to do is we have to go all the way back to the start of the level. Within under a minute. And remember what I said about the chandelier? Well, once this starts, the chandelier gets completely reset. So now you have to just play the waiting game of hitting the lever and quickly. Oh, come on. Come on. No! Darn it. Yeah, see what I mean? Because once the timer runs out, well, thankfully, though, it does put you back at the start of this, so you don't have to worry too much. At least you don't have to redo the whole dang level. As far as I'm concerned, I think actually what that did was I think that just took a life bottle away, so nothing to worry about. But the point still stands that we have to do this whole escape sequence over again. And I have a bone to pick with that chandelier. I can't tell you how many times as a kid that chandelier cost me my life. Oh, hurry. I might not make it this time, actually. Darn. It's a bit funny, though, because I feel like the escape timer for the Haunted Ruins in the first game is too lenient. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh, that was the last second. The timer is at 0. I have no idea how I got through that. But nevertheless, I shall take it. Oh, that was close. That was way too close. And now the true finale of the game against the demon. And, whew.
All right, Dan, you've come a long way.
I will gladly save the game. Oh my gosh, my palms are sweating.
Dan, you're alive! I thought you'd been crushed in the wreckage. I'm going to tell the Prof and Kia what's going on. I don't know what's round the next corner, so if you see the spiv, I'd stock up on ammo. From this point, you're on your own, Dan. Good luck.
Very well. Thankfully, we do get a nice healing spot before this is all over. Because I'm going to need it. I'm also going to need to get my shield fixed. I will absolutely need that too. The super armor, again, I'm not going to worry about that because it's just... I feel like it's just not worth it. So we jump down here, and...
I'll take that, thank you.
Well, that's just rude.
You never give up, do you, Dan? I knew you'd find the last page of Zarek's spellbook for me. You should have joined me. We would have made a great team. Instead, I got lumbered with these two.
But, Master, I...
Silence. Think about it, Daniel. An eternity by my side. Why, with my powers, I could put flesh onto your bones as easy as pie.
I'll never join you.
What was that? Could you mumble that again? No? Oh well. You two can redeem yourselves. Kill him.
It's especially funny when you realize that Mark Selk actually voiced both Sir Daniel and Palethorn, so he's effectively having a conversation with himself. But we have ourselves another fight against Dogman and Mander, and the strategy is almost kind of the same. You can use the magic sword, but again, Dogman's attacks will stun you if you get too close. So, good idea to keep your distance. Now Mander, on the other hand, well, we have ourselves a Gatling gun. going to deal with him much quicker. And this time we're playing to actually, you know, playing to kill them, so... And now... Oh, you want to play rough, do you? Get a load of this. No mercy. So with those two taken care of, we're going to head this way. And it's time to finally confront Palethorn.
Oh, you've killed my beloved servants. Oh, how achingly predictable. Well, Daniel, it's been fun, but now I'm afraid the game is over, and it's time for you to die.
Yeah, but again, that's what they all say. I mean, now what could you possibly have that Zarok didn't? That's a big demon. Yeah, he certainly didn't have anything like that. You know, I don't blame you, Dan. I feel the exact same way. But, final boss time. Now, what the demon's going to do is he's going to slam his fists into these 3 spots on the arena, and they'll also spit fire. But meanwhile, Palethorn will also be backing him up. And the catch of Palethorn, though, is that his hovercraft is shielded from the front with magic. So, we're going to have to hit him from behind. So just wait for him to drive by, and just wail on him. And that eventually will cause his hovercraft to malfunction, and as you'll see here, the health bar actually belongs to Palethorn and not the demon. A little misleading there. So what we have to do is you basically have to get the demon to beat up Palethorn for us. And you also be careful though, because those missiles that he fires will stun you if you get hit. But yeah, that's pretty much just how this fight goes. Just do it 4 times, and we're done. It will get a little more complicated as time goes on, but nothing to worry about. And getting hit by those fist slams will stun you as well, so gotta be careful. Final stretch. Oh. Not the chance. And that's it. Down Palethorn goes, and down the demon goes.
I suppose a decent thing would be to admit defeat. But I ain't a decent man. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. It's funny. All my life, all I wanted was a little respect. And world domination, of course. For people to notice. Well, they'll notice this.
I was spamming with the sob story. That's a bomb. Now will be your cue to run. But well, that's about it. The big bad evil guy's been vanquished. Oh, there you two are. Aww. That's sweet. But, well, we don't have time to, sit here and, waste time. Oh, and I guess, speaking of not wanting to waste time... Well, I guess there's a right out of here, then. Now, here's the weird thing about this game, actually. Now, from my understanding, what determines whether or not you get the true ending, it doesn't depend on how many chalices you get, but actually whether or not, or should I say, it doesn't entirely depend on collecting all 10 chalices, but whether or not you actually pick up the Gatling gun. And for doing so, we get an ending which shows, well, this. And what does that mean, you ask? I have no idea, because, it's at this point I have some unfortunate news. This is where the story actually ends. It's unfortunately an unresolved cliffhanger because there were plans to make a MediEvil 3 for the PS2, but they unfortunately fell through, and as a result, that ending is sort of a permanently unresolved cliffhanger, which, if you ask me, is such a shame. Because, I really do feel like it's definitely kind of, it's a bit disappointing to me that, well, what's effectively the alternate ending of the game, which you don't get the Gatling gun, is that, well, what would happen is Sir Daniel and Kia would then go back to the tomb, and, well, they would go to sleep together. Whereas in this thing, there's a cliffhanger that just comes out of nowhere, and due to there not being a third entry in the series, it just kind of exists. So, my thoughts on the game. So, having replayed it again, I will say that, again, I do think this game is really good, but if there were some things that I would change about the game to kind of improve it, number one, first of all, no more fall damage. Because, I mean, if you want to have these really vertical levels, then that's fine. That's perfectly okay with me, but I feel like removing the fall damage would make the game itself a bit more tolerable, especially, with regards to Cathedral Spires, because that level is a nightmare with the fall damage on. Number two I would fix is I would make it so that the energy, the life fountains will actually replenish. Like, they'll come back when you replay the level, because it would kind of help to mitigate the artificial difficulty of the game, I feel, if they were to do that. Which would be good. And number three, probably the most minor of them, would be to reduce the price of the super armor, because, again, you get it like at the literal final stretch of the game, where the enemies are pretty tough, they'll deal lots of damage, and it doesn't really feel as useful as it probably could be. So those are the kind of, I guess, the main points that I would mention. But other than that, I mean, that's the game pretty much. And so with that said, I mean, I will say that, even with the gripes that I have with this game, again, I do think it's a flawed game. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but regardless, I do think that this has been a very, it's been a very nice trip to go down memory lane again with everybody. And I have to say that, thank you very much for watching. And even if you're not in the stream right now and you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to watch this anyway, because this has been very fun, and I've been looking very much forward to being able to play this game again. And Sony, please, I realize you're probably not hearing this, but please, remake of MediEvil 2 when? Because this game really does need it. Because again, I just, more than anything, I'll admit, for personal reasons, I really do want to see this game with modern graphics. because, like I said at the start here, this sort of Tim Burton, Henry Selick art style that this game has, it gels so unbelievably well with the Victorian London setting, and it deserves it. But until then, good night.